Yes. Can you hear me?
Echo right now.
I still have echo. What's wrong?
Okay, can you please talk something because we want to ensure the sound check.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
No, no echo now, right?
Right now, no echo.
Okay. You know what I did? The Chrome quit.
So we will stand by until 10:30.
Okay, half an hour.
Yes, half hours.
Yeah. Okay. So I just stay here. Huh?
Yes.
Okay. No problem. So I can turn off my camera. Is the camera good? Uh,
And then can you please open your cameras? We will take a photos of your cameras.
sorry, what you want me to do?
Open the cameras.
Already?
Yes,
Can you
yes,
see me?
yes. I can see. Can you pleaseอะไรนะกดลง can you please could put your camera down a little bit? Is
Like
it
this?
is too much? Okay, okay,
This is
good.
good, huh? This is good, huh?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So the program went well so far?
Everything okay now.
Okay, very good, very good. So I turn off camera and microphone.
Wait a minute, please, because they will fix your position when broadcast.
Okay.
When they're ready, I will inform you.
What are they doing now?
Still open the cameras.
Okay. No problem. No, yesterday I was in Marriott Hotel for one conference, HSE conference, and it's the first time since COVID-19.
Is they use the virtual or the
No,
real conference?
physical. I was there at the hotel.
Oh,
30 people in the hotel, and I think about 120 virtual.
Oh,
Very good, very good.
I see. We
Yeah,
hope that next year we can arrange the conference in the physical also.
yeah. I hope. Yeah, we meet this year. This virtual. Hopefully next year will be physical.
Yeah. And the set of question is the same that you sent me yesterday.
Okay.
everyone. Welcome to the expert talk session of 2021 Pttep Sshe Forum. This is the Vice Stage, and I am Ms. Vanoptida Tendong, engineer from Planning and Assurance Department of Pttep Corporate Sshe Divisions. This session is a technical conference which will be held in parallel with the main stage. So please don't forget to check our programs, and you can meet our special guest speakers for both stages. For reminder, our sessions are available in both Thai and English language. So on the live web page, you can see the button for switching language below live monitor. And well, before we begin the sessions, I would like to inform you that our audience can ask questions to the speaker by using Q&A feature on the live web page. And I will select just a few best questions to ask to the speaker. Your questions will be read after the speaker has done the sessions. All right, I'm very excited about the topic will be presented by speaker today. Let's start with the first topic. The first topic is creating a sustainable generative HSSE culture. It is now my pleasure to introduce the first guest speaker of this stage. Please welcome Mr. Mohammed Amin Abdullah. Hello, Mr. Amin.
Hi, how are you, Eddie?
I'm good.
Nice to see you again.
Yes, thank you for joining us today. Are you ready for presenting?
Yes.
Okay, let's
I'm
start.
ready. Okay, thank you, Eddie. So, first, I would like to say Sawadee Krap. Happy to be with all of you. And I would like to congratulate PTTEP for your finding in Sarawak, the oil and gas recent discovery. I thought that was something good for PTTEP and also for Malaysia as a country as well. So I thought this is a very good collaboration between PTTEP, Petronas, and Malaysia. Next one, please. My name is Amin. I'm from Kuala Lumpur. I worked in the Petronas Tower before. Now, currently, I am actually taking the role as more on advisory role. I'm the coach and facilitator for this generative culture program in Petronas. So, sorry, my camera is turned off. Okay, so I've been with Petronas for 34 years, and I've been in upstream, downstream, international posting, and so on. And before become the head of HSE for Petronas, I was the CEO of Petronas in Egypt, where of course HSE is one of a very big challenge that we have to face there. And one question that I would like to start with, a lot of time when we talk about HSE, we always talk about we, everybody, right? But actually, I would like to change that a bit to what about I or myself? So let's always, when you talk about HSE, let's start to talk about me, my contribution, rather than we always talk about we. Because when you talk about we, so many people end up, a lot of time, things are not happening. Next one, please. So this is just a photograph of somebody texting and driving, and at the same time she's forget about there's somebody in front there passing through the road. And one thing that we forget that we are looking at the phone for maybe a few seconds, right? But actually that few seconds is translated into few thousand milliseconds. And if you talk about milliseconds, is the time that will determine if you are in Formula One, number one, number two, number three, the difference is only in milliseconds. So which means that in split second, there's a lot of things can happen. Next one, please. So this is just another example about how we shouldn't be texting and driving. Next one, please. And the interesting part about it, some people that they are good at this, and they can drive and text and do the makeups and do a lot of other things at the same time. So be careful about this. And when you talk about creating a generative HSE culture, creating a sustainable HSE culture, again, it start with us. It start with me. Next one, please. So, just a question about what do you think unsafe about this situation? Some people may say that this guy do not wear clothes and could be dangerous and so on. Maybe some people say there's no harness and so on. Next one, please. But in reality, it is a very short tree. So the problem is that when process is king, regardless whether you need to climb or not, this guy will just climb the tree to get the coconut when it's not necessary. So this, if you apply this back into our industry, oil and gas industry, in our facilities, in our plant, there are times people just do something because it's the process without thinking. So this is where it's very important for us to make sure that when people do something, they know what's the reason behind it, what's the purpose and what's the meaning behind of this. So I would like to keep on emphasizing the importance of understanding why we do something, the purpose of doing it, and the reason behind it. It's not just blindly following what we were told to do or just follow some of the process without even understanding what is it behind it. Next one, please. So this is just a cartoon. Your X-ray showed a broken rib, but we fix it by Photoshop. This is if we translate in our industry, there are times when there are incidents and so on. There are photoshopping being done, try to prevent it from being an LTI, for example, prevent it from being a bigger incident just because it's their KPI. So this is just on the lighter side about how photoshopping could happen in our organization as well. Next one. Okay, so this is just to show you a case study for Petronas, where for the past 47 years, right, since the existence of Petronas back in 1974 when we were established, we have many initiatives, many process and system that we have put, as a greater effort, to improve our performance, right? But frankly, you can look at, even in the 80s, we have technical standard, Petronas technical standard, PTS, Petronas technical guide, PTG, some of the, local requirement. And then we have put the system, our HSC management system, our assurance and so on. And then we even embark in some of the behavioral safety culture program, balance of consequence. And, looking through this, the last few years, we know that establishing system and technology alone is not enough. There's something that we need to do. And that's why we are embarking in this generative culture program. Next one, please. So this is just a photo of a chicken, a dead chicken now, with a lot of chicks, lying around, waiting for the mother, So can you click this next? So in our industry, if somebody died under our watch, we do not only kill someone's dream and vision, but actually we also kill the dream of those who depends on it, right? So in this case, the small chick is, depending on the mother, but now the mother is no more, or the father is no more. Then it's gonna be their future will be different. So please bear this in mind. I thought this is a very good analogy that we, under our watch, we must make sure that incident doesn't happen, because it will affect not only that person, but those who depend on it. Next one, please. So when we talk about sustainable culture, sustainable HSE culture, so this is something that I would like to first start with. What is culture actually? Right? Culture is the way things are done here. The culture in Thailand could be slightly different than the culture in Malaysia, for example, right? But when you talk about HSE culture, yeah. So next one, please. Next, please. So when you talk about HSE, when you talk about safety culture, it's about the product of individual group values in the organization, the attitudes, perceptions, the competency and pattern of behavior in that organization that will determine the commitment, the style, proficiency, and the organization HSE as a whole, how you manage it and so on. So with this safety culture, it will contribute to the safety performance, the compliances in your organization, the safety participation, and the overall general HSE performance in the organization. So to me, culture is so important because it's the way we do things around your organization, in your organization, right? So it's the way people think and act towards achieving a common goal. So if everybody have the same way of doing things, the same culture, then we can achieve a lot more than. So next one, please. So this I mentioned here. Next one, please. Pam, next. So if you change the culture, you will change everything around you. So this is true. Next one, please. So this is just something from Energy Institute, where in Petronas we have been using Energy Institute culture maturity survey, right? In this culture maturity survey, is a survey taken by all staff in the organization to see where we are as far as the steps. Where are we as far as this ladder? You can see the ladder here from the very bottom: pathological, reactive, calculative, proactive, and generative. Frankly, when we talk about generative HSE culture, I've spoken even to Energy Institute experts. They said so far they do not know any organization that really at generative culture. So even Petronas, some are already in proactive, some are still at a very high calculative. So this is where we need to continuously progress so that everybody is slowly moving towards generative. So it's an aspiration. It's something that we want to achieve, right? So from the pathological, when people say, "Who cares?" as long as we are not caught. So it's very, very bad. To generative, when we talk about HSE, is how we do business. HSE is how things are going on. We treat HSE as our business. Next one, please. So when you go up the ladder, you can see that we are increasingly informed as we go up the ladder, and we welcome bad news as well. A lot of time, when you talk about the lower level of the generative culture, pathological, reactive, and so on, bad news are not welcome. If you bring bad news, you will be, you will be shunned. You'll be, you put aside and so on for bringing bad news. But when you talk about proactive, generative, and so on, bad news are welcome. To see people speak up, tell the truth, tell what's going on really on the ground. Two-way communication rather than only telling the people on the shop floor on the ground, this is what you're supposed to do, without hearing what the people on the shop floor on the ground have to say about even how we manage HSE at the higher level. And also at the bottom there is about increasingly trust and accountability. So when you start to welcome people opinion, two-way communication, promote openness, and so on, the trust will be more, and the accountability also is clearer when we talk about at the higher level of the steps that we have here, which will result in proactive accountability. People it's very clear what is expected out of them. They know what is the deliverable that they need to do, and how HSE is really business in the organization. Next one, please. So what does HSE culture looks like? So we have 4 part of here. Yeah, let me go each and every one of this. The first part is about ownership, where leader, role model, right, and create value, and is HSE is good business, right? There's the second part about mindful. We do it not because somebody is watching, because it's the right thing to do. The third one is about being courageous, about willingness to speak up, feel safe to speak up, to intervene when things are wrong, to stop work when something is not safe. So this the third part of this HSE culture. And the last one is about interdependent. it's very important for us to understand that we are in this together. We look out for each other, be it the staff, be it the contractor. We are in the boat together. Everybody contribute to the HSE. It's not HSE department taking care of HSE, it's everybody. So if you expect HSE department to take care of HSE, then you will fail, because HSE is everybody's responsibility. Next one, please. So there's three parts of generative culture, which later I will explain. It become 5. Right? So to simplify it, three, which will later become 5. So the first one is about HSE is good business and good for me. So when you talk about a generative culture, the ladder that we were talking about just now, the steps that we're talking about, the very top at generative is HSE is how we do business here. HSE is good business and is good for me. The second part about building psychological safety. This is where it's very important for you to have a sustainable culture, the generative culture, is to build this space and environment where people feel safe to speak up. It's very important that we do not penalize, we do not punish people for saying the truth, saying they are concerned about safety and so on. Highlighting that they are concerned about things are not being done well in this organization and so on. So creating that space, creating that environment is very, very important. And one of the key person that always talk about this is Professor Amy Edmondson from Harvard Business School. And you may want to Google about her, Amy Edmondson, A-M-Y, Edmondson, E-D-M-O-N-S-O-N. And she has a very good TED talk about psychological safety. You may want to Google up. And I thought it's amazing. When you create this psychological safety, we are willing to do more. People are feeling safe to actually intervene and so on. Next one, please. About conscious risk awareness is very important for us to create, conscious risk awareness among our people, so that they know the risk that they are going into. Oil and gas industry is very high risk industry. So it's very important when they go in, they understand what they are going into. Next one, please. So the bottom part here is about accountability and measurement are given. KPIs are given. But if KPI without the right culture will drive injuries and incident underground. People will sweep a lot of things under the carpet because they are afraid of the KPI, right? That's why we need to manage the KPI very, 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 very well. If not, even LTI is not reported because people try to hide it because it's affect their appraisal, their performance appraisal. So this is another very important part of it. Next one, please. Okay, so just now I mentioned about the 3 part, and now the detail 5 part, a bit more detail to that. The first one is about HSSE's business. Yeah, how as leaders we must role model HSSE's business. So it is important that leaders must show that they really buy into this. It's not only talking about it. Yeah. So the second part, next one, please. Is about engage authentically. As leaders, when you talk, you engage people, you must be authentic. You must be congruent. What you say and what you do is the same thing. Yeah, we don't want a situation where you say that HSE is your top priority, but in reality, when production is at stake, when budget is is not there, or when you are behind schedule, then HSE become less a priority. So this is where it's very important that as leader, we must really role model that HSSE is our top priority and is the values that we uphold. Right. Next one, please. And we talk about creating the psychological safety just now, about allowing people to speak up, so that if something is wrong, they can mention it, they can talk about it, they can raise it, and we are not going to punish them for that. So this is very important part of to create a sustainable generative culture, so that people speak up and support them. Those who speak up, you should support them rather than you should punish them. Next one, please. The fourth part is about empower capability. For things to happen, we must make sure that people have the right capability. When we go into our plant, they know what are the hazard to look for, rather than they just enter the plant blindly, not even understand what's the hazard behind it. When they open the valve, they should know what's inside the pipe, rather than just because it's an instruction, they just open the valve without knowing. There is hydrocarbon, is it water, is it nitrogen, and so on. And the last part of it is we are talking about act interdependently. We are in this together. The failure of the contractor, the failure of another department is our failure as well. So we are in this together. Just like a big boat, if somebody drilling a hole on the other side of the boat, you should stop him, because eventually everybody will sink, although it's their part of the boat. So please remember this. Next one, please. Next one, please. Okay, so I need to do a bit faster because time is behind us. We started a bit late now, but anyway, I try to cover this. It is very important for generative culture to be sustainable. It must be done at all levels. Leaders at all levels must create the right experience to improve the safety in the organization, the HSE in the organization. So from the top of the triangle here, you can see the top leader there. They set the direction, they set the vision, and so on. But only having the leader, the top leader, talking about HSE, setting the vision is not good enough. The middle manager must really help to cascade it down to the frontliners. Right? The same message to their language so that they understand. They will do it, right? And having the frontliners here doing it also is not enough if the contractor, which is a lot of the man hour, especially in turnaround, during projects and so on, if we don't take care of that, there'll be a lot of problems. So if this program is to be sustainable, to be a success, it must cover leaders at all levels, from top, middle, frontliners, and also the contractor. The contractor is one area where a lot of organizations do not handle. So, for example, for the case study in Petronas, we have even a program, we call it a mentor-mentee for the contractors, to make sure that the contractor understand when you talk about to achieve generative culture, what is this all about? Next one, please. So failure is not a crime, but failing to learn from failure is. So this is what Walter Wriston said. And in organization like Pttep, organization like and we can see that some of the incident happen is actually something that has happened in the past. So I'm so sad to say that having to go through, when I was the head of HSE for Petronas, the whole of Petronas, seeing a repetitious incident happening again, and this is something that we had 2-3 years ago. It's very, very sad. So it shows that sometimes we fail to learn from the failures. So it's very important to learn, from what has happened in the past. So not necessarily from our organization, from other organizations also you can learn. Next one, please. So this result pyramid, this one we always, in Petronas, we always talk about working with the bottom of the pyramid, which is, to create the right experience. Will take a lot of effort, but it's a more, significant and long-lasting change. So every day, as leaders, as a person, we create an experience. Even I'm creating an experience for you right now, right? Everything that we do is we are creating an experience. So we must make sure that we create the right experience. When the contractor first come into our facilities, for example, we must make sure that we give a very good example that in our organization, for example, everybody must wear the PPE, for example. No, but if they enter our site and they saw that people are not wearing hat, the hard hat, people are not wearing glove where they're supposed to work, and they said, okay, this organization safety is so. You can run away from some of these requirements. So it's very important for us to create the right experience, because experience create belief. Next one, please. And belief influence their action. For example, just now when they enter the facilities that we have, and they say that they saw that people are not wearing PPE, proper PPE, and there's no action taken on them, it creates a belief that this organization don't care so much about HSE, and because of that, it influences the action. Next one, please. And action will produce result, right? So the belief is that this organization don't care so much about HSE. Therefore, he himself or she himself herself won't wear the right proper PPE and so on, because he believed that this is we are not serious for HSE. As a result, something bad could happen. Next one, please. So yeah, next one, please. Okay, so to create the right experience is crucial in shaping the desired belief and culture. So this is where we have this influence model where role modeling is very important. You must make people understand, foster understanding and conviction, so they understand the reason why they do it, not just because you told them to do it. They understand the underlying why they have to do that. And the formal mechanism is there, the structure, process, system, and so on. And finally, the developing talent and skill. So if you want to have a sustainable change, this is something that you must do. Next one, please. Next one, please. So I would like to end my session with a few questions to all of you. Next one, please. The first one is about what's the reason the HSE culture is not sustainable in your organization? Are our leaders role modeling the right HSE behavior, or only they talking about it? Yeah, under pressure, under challenges, their behavior is different, right? They are not role modeling the right one. How about the third question? What is the biggest challenge in your organization to drive HSE? Number 4, please. Is it safe to speak up? Is it psychological safety is being created in the organization? People stop work because they thought it's the dangerous thing happening right in front of them, and they get punished for doing that. So that is not the culture that we like to create. Yeah, and what you as a person personally can create, what you could do to create a better HSA culture. So these are some of the questions that I am posting to all of you. So you should start thinking about what is this all about. When you want to create a sustainable HSE culture, what could be happening in our organization that we need to change, do differently, in fact, have a brainstorm session with the top leaders, middle managers, the frontliner, and try to understand, hey, what's happening in our organization? Why are we not having the right performance, HSE performance? Maybe this is one area that we need to look at the culture. Next one, please. Next. So I like to share about this, the boulder here. The boulder here, if we do not keep on pushing the rock here, the boulder here, we will just go down the hill, right? It's uphill here. So even if you let the boulder for split second, right? Let it go just split second because we're just tired, so just like HSE, let HSE down, complete major incident could happen. So this is something for HSE. HSE is something that you keep on pushing. You must keep on trying to do better uphill, trying to improve. But if you forget about it, you let it go for a while, something bad could happen. And whatever you have made, for the past few years, for example, we just going to be going to be demolished by this big boulder. An example, Water Horizon, they were celebrating 7 years without LTI, and that incident happened. How many people has died? How much oil has been spilled? The compensation and so on runs into billions that BP has to pay. So everybody has to play a role here. It's not only HSE department, everybody, because one person cannot hold the boulder. We are together in this. All right, my last slide is about, I would like to share with you, next one please. This is my last slide. I would like to share about one story that I want all of you to remember this story. So the story is about, there's one island somewhere in the middle of the Pacific, right? And the night before, there's a very heavy thunderstorm, a big wave, big rain, storms and so on. Because of that, early in the morning, there's a lot of starfish stranded on the beach of the island. Right? An old man was walking on the beach, and walking on the beach. He saw one starfish and throw it back into the sea. He walked a bit more, or another one, he throw it back into the sea. And then he keep on doing that. A boy was watching him from far and decided to was wondering, well, what is this old man doing? And he decided to ask the old man. So he approached the old man. He said, "Excuse me, sir, what are you doing?" So the old man is saying that I'm trying to revive the starfish, because revive in the sense that just overnight for a few hours, normally the starfish can survive if you throw it back into the sea. So he said, I'm trying to revive the starfish and throw it back into the sea. Hopefully it can survive. But the boy said, but there are hundreds of starfish on the beach. How can you help all of them? So the answer from the old man is what I want you to carry home. Yeah. He said that I cannot help all of the starfish, but the one that I pick and choose is the one I make the difference in the life of that particular starfish. The one that I pick and choose is the one that I can make the difference in the life of that particular starfish. So I thought this is such a beautiful message, such a beautiful thing that, in reality, in life as well, there's so many things happen around us. Maybe we cannot solve the world hunger problem, for example, but I'm sure you can solve the hunger problem in your neighborhood, in in the places where you stay, for example, right? So that's why even there's so many HSE related issues in your organization. You may not be able to solve all of them, but the one you have helped in the task force and so on, that's where you can really make an impact. So this starfish story is about me rather than we, right? What I do, how this fish and make a difference in the life of this starfish. Back to what I said, a lot of time we talk about we, but let's start talking about what I myself, what is my contribution, right? So with that, thank you for your time, for listening to what I have said. I am open for quick questions. Back to you, Eddie. Thank you. Thank you, Eddie. Any question, Eddie?
Thank you, Mr. Armin, for your inspiring presentations. It gives us get an idea on how to build a sustainable Sshe culture, generative Sshe culture, which is a key part to achieve incident-free organizations. Okay, next will be Q&A sessions. Are you ready?
Yes,
Yeah,
more than
we
happy.
already chosen a few questions for you from the audience. Let's start for the first one. The first question is, can you share us for what your experiences and challenges to ensure that the culture program is sustainable?
Okay, very good question. Thank you, Eddie. It is indeed very difficult to make this culture change sustainable. A lot of the programs that we have seen in the past in many organizations, the initiative goes on for a few years and it just dies away, right? The people get excited about something after a few months or few years, it just dies away. So to make it sustainable, if you recall, I've shared with you the triangle just now, where the top is the top leaders, we have the middle managers in the middle, we have the frontliner, and even the contractor at the very bottom of the triangle. So for us to create a sustainable HSE culture, this must happen. The buy-in from the top of the triangle, the top leaders, setting direction, setting the vision, giving the support, giving the budget and so on to make sure that this happens. And from the top, it goes to the middle, that will make sure that this is cascaded down among the middle managers themselves and also the frontliners. And from the frontliners also, it must go to the contractor, and from the also must go to the contractor. So these are all interrelated. This is something that must happen. Is Palm? Palm, you have that triangle? Maybe you can show that triangle, the one I was talking about earlier.
So you mean showing the slides?
Yeah, is that Oh, cannot show now, right? But if you all remember the slide that I
Yes,
showed.
we
So
remember
the
that.
top is the top leader, and we have the middle managers, we have the frontliner, and we have the contractor. So if you forget about the contractor, also it won't be sustainable, because at the end of the day, a lot of the incident that happen in the organization is related to the contract. So a lot of time we forget. We just do a program for our staff. We forget about the contractor. So this is where, to me, to create a sustainable
Yeah,
program, a sustainable culture program,
yeah,
we
thank
must
you.
address at all level. Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you.
Any
It's,
more
I
questions?
agree with this concept. So we still
Yeah.
have a lot another questions. The question number 2 is: will the HSE performance KPIs put the HSE culture program at risk?
Wow, this is very, very tough in the sense that you look at a lot of organization. We have KPI.
Yes.
It's how they measure our performance, and at the end of it, they translate into your appraisal result, whether your appraisal become good or bad, and that's related to, for company like Petronas, it's related to your pay rise as well, the bonuses and so on. So it is important to have KPI so that we have focus, we have the right direction where we need to address, to tackle, and so on. But if the KPI is not put correctly, it could bring people to try to hide things. As I mentioned earlier, for example, LTI. People try to hide LTI because if you have one LTI, then they say, oh, now our appraisal this year is going to be bad because there's LTI. But this is where the balance, even the stop work. Some organization they even tracking down how many stop work are there. Instead of penalizing the number of stop work, in Petronas, some of the things that we do encourage people is to have more stop work. So
Yes.
we do encourage stop work if it is the right thing to do. It's not just I just like to stop work, I just stop work without any real reason. But this is just to create a culture that stop work is allowable, and it's not only by the staff but also by the contractor. If you see something leaking around the furnace and so on, you're talking about, if you don't do something, you don't act fast, it could be an explosion, right? So this is where we need to really make sure that the KPI that is given, the KPI that we have, must be the right KPI, not that will hinder or create a culture where people try to sweep everything under the carpet because they want to look good. And this is why we call it, have you heard this watermelon syndrome? Watermelon is green outside, right?
Yes.
But actually inside is red, right? People like to see green in their performance. Everything is green. Wow, very good, very good. But in reality, there's a lot of red there. But people just don't want to show the red because they are, the psychological safety is not there. When they show the red, this guy must be penalized, because he's bad. So I thought this is where it's very important to create a culture where the KPI must be the right KPI so that people don't sweep it under the carpet, creating a watermelon syndrome. It's green outside, but actually it's red inside, or sometimes it's yellow. Yeah, people just want to look good. Everything is green, good, but in reality, there's a lot of not so good things. You should encourage people to speak up so that we can improve. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Amin. I think that's all for these sessions. Very appreciate your answer and explanation for us. Thank you again, Mr. Amin, and hope to see you next
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
Bye.
Sawadee-krap. Thank you again.
สวัสดีค่ะ
Nice to see you all, and I always enjoy with my family for holiday in Bangkok. So unfortunately with COVID-19 cannot do that. So looking forward, one of these days. So thank you, Eddie. Thank you, everyone. Hope
Thank you.
I've shared something and have been very fruitful to all of you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are proceeding to the next topic today. So, do you know about the microplastic? Nowadays, microplastic pollution is a trend of environmental issues around the world. So, how can we manage it? Let's welcome Assistant Professor Thon Thamrong Nawasawat, Deputy Head Department of Marine Science, Faculty of Fisheries, Kasetsat University. He will be sharing us his expertise on the sustainable oceans, microplastic, and microplastics.
Good morning, all colleagues at PTTEP. This is Professor Thon. So my personal profile, I think that you can see on the screen, and I also work in a number of disciplines as well, including the sea, tourism, and sustainable development, and among others. So today, PTTEP invited me to give a lecture on Sshe Forum on a number of topics really, but the topic that I picked is on the microplastic, which is something that we may be taking for granted, but it is microplastic, but it is, a macro problem. So first of all, the image that you can see at the moment is, when we think of the sea, when we think of summer, we think of the beach, we think of the colorful coral reefs, and also the very clear water, and also the fish, the sea, the reefs, the corals that we can see. And this is the picture from Trang province, the province that is supported by PTTEP as well. I'm gonna go to that in a few minutes. So this is a very nice picture. Take a vacation and go to Trang. It's highly recommended. So in Trang province, both the Faculty of Fisheries of Kasetsat University and also the Department of Marine Resources, Marine and Coastal Resources, we work together in Trang province. One of the things with COVID-19 that is probably a plus is that all the resorts are now quite cheap, and I think that, but we're now starting to open to tourists as well, so I recommend that you go there now before the price goes up again. So when we talk about sustainable development, does not really mean only to conserve the sea, but we also have to talk about the making use or utilizing the beach area when we have beach villas, hotels, and so on and so forth. But in the area, in the surrounding area, we can see that there are sea grasses, corals, and everything. So all these have to go in parallel, and also that we can see the long-tail boat. There are fisher boats that will just go into the sea, do some fishing, and then they will come back and sell their produce to their cash to the resorts. So one of the things that we have to consider is the income distribution, and also making the revenue, generating the revenue, and at the same time we conserve the environment as well. So, this is Szechuan crab that, and it is highly, not recommended that you kind of like take these crabs from the beach, because it's very damaging to nature. If you ever catch one, please take that to the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources. This picture is to show that everything is interrelated. The nature, the marine life, this crab itself, it eats the remains of the plants on the beach and makes the beach tidy. When they lay eggs, they will just the eggs will be very, very tiny, and there are planktons in the sea as well. So you can now probably get the picture that this is like a circle of life, the circle of the ecosystem. Now, one of the problems that we are started to see is that when there are things that entered into the ecosystem, for example, the aliens or the things that are man-made that enter the ecosystem, that will pose a problem. A log or a piece of wood is not considered an alien. It's just something from nature, but something that is not from nature, for example, petrochemical products, these are not from nature. It's man-made, and it's tightly intertwined with our lives. PTTEP is the upstream. We have GCRPC that are the midstream, and also we have some organizations downstream as well. We have companies working on LNG and so on and so forth, and we circulate that to the refinery. Even though we may be the upstream organizations, we take the natural resources and we produce products from that. And we now start to see the change in the world that are becoming more and more severe. Now the natural gas will become the raw material for petrochemical products. We have now renewable energy, solar energy. Natural gas is not necessary as much as in the past. Also, renewable energy and solar energy will replace the fossil fuel as well. And we start to see the development of electric vehicles as well. Now, the things that now we're conducting research on, the things that we're taking from the under the sea will become more and more important. And plastic as well is something that we have to really focus on. There are a number of types of plastic. This is plastic cups that we can see in the picture. And it is one of the major problems of Thailand as well, because these plastic cups, when they break down into smaller pieces, they will become something that we call microplastic. What is microplastic? Microplastic is basically plastic that is in the size of less than 0.5 millimeters. And microplastic is made from plastic is made from petrochemical, and it will start to break down. So we have to be responsible for the products and the business operation that we're conducting. Plastics are not the culprit or the offender in this picture, because plastic has a number of pros. Plastic makes the medical appliances and so on and so forth. Plastic is not the culprit, but using plastic irresponsibly is the true culprit. So since plastic is being used, for example, Thailand, we in 1983, and after that we started to make use of the natural gases, and we're quite new to plastic, because 100 years ago the world does not know plastic. Thailand 50 years ago, we do not really know what plastic is. Plastic started to become popular just only 30 years ago. So when plastic goes into the sea, we don't really know what are the risks, what are the problems that plastic will cause us. just a number of years ago, about 15 years ago, the UN started to raise awareness because they started to see that plastics are harming the marine life and also the sea as well. Even though when you eat fish, even though you don't eat fish, but plastic can be in the salt that you consume as well. So there's a high risk of consuming the petrochemical products unintentionally, whether through the food chain, whether through the sea salt that you consume, and it will eventually affect us in terms of our health. The WHO also now started to issue warnings that microplastic is causing a number of diseases, at least 9 diseases. But if we wait until the research is done, it may be too late to know like what are now being probably we may already pass away until that time that the research is done, and we may know it too late and it may already affect our children as well. So in order to ensure that it's not too late before we become aware, we have to start seeing or start looking into how we can reduce the waste that go into the sea. At the moment, what we're the two of the major concerns that we have is the first one is the greenhouse gas. The second one is the marine debris or the waste that are going into the sea. So marine debris is going to be as severe as the greenhouse gas. When they're being emitted, by one particular country, it goes everywhere. It is not limited by your national territory. So this is one of the things that the world is now bringing into focus. Pttep also recognized that we have to reduce the marine debris. We have like a major project, and we have this huge project which we call Ocean for Life, because Pttep, we recognize that we are generating income. We're working on natural gases, which is the resources that we took from the sea, from the Gulf of Thailand. Even though the resources that we imported from Myanmar also comes from the ocean as well. So if we're making our revenue from the sea, we have to be responsible for the sea as well. And that is why we created or initiated this Ocean for Life project. And we also collaborated, as you can see from the picture, that we signed an MOU with the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources. And last year, Pttep also worked with the Faculty of Fisheries of Kasetsat University, and they signed the MOU. I was also involved as well. And now we're trying to push forward this particular project. But signing the MOU does not really bring in the action. So after we signed the MOU, also with the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources and the Faculty of Fisheries, we started working together. This is, as you can see from this picture, that this is us trying to collect the plastic waste that are floating in the sea. The white equipment that you can see, this is the equipment that we use to capture or to trap the microplastic that are floating in the sea in order for us to do research as to what are the amount of microplastic that we can find in the sea. And this is probably the first time for Thailand, and probably the first time in the world as well, that when we started talking about this project, we discussed how Pttep can be more involved, not only in terms of the support, but also in terms of, how can we use the personnel or the staff or the resources of Pttep to make use or to solve the problem of environmental problems. And this leads to the project that we will collect all microplastics all over the Gulf of Thailand, whether it is the coastal area or at sea. You can see from the image in the top, this is the equipment that we use to trap, and the picture on the right corner, this is the manta equipment. This is the Bongkot rig platform. And the microplastic that we collect will be kept in the bottle We will, do research on what are the dimension of the water, the cubic meter, if, for example, 300 cubic meter of water, what are the amount of microplastics that we can collect? And you can see that these projects are, being conducted all over the country, whether it is in Similan Islands, Koh Tao, and also, in the middle of the Gulf of Thailand as well. You can see the number 12 is Koh Tao, the Luzon Island, and so on and so forth. And what we have found from our collection is that we now see that the information that after COVID-19, there are more microplastic in the sea, because we now see more and more single-use plastics, whether it is the wrapping plastic, whether it is the mask, whether it is, the container. Of course, we do it for safety reasons, but one of the things that is important is that what we are doing for health reasons or safety reasons can pose more problem in terms of microplastic. And that image is the comparison of pre and post COVID and the amount of microplastics that we can now see. This is the area that I just would like to show that the PTTEP, the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, and Faculty of Fisheries are now working together at the mouth of the Chao Phraya River to the South Bongkot to Luzon Islands. We started to see the pattern and the information, the data that we can collect in terms of the microplastics in our water sources. And this is, we can see that in the river, in Chao Phraya River, there are more microplastics that can be collected. And we can see that this is about 7.7 pieces per cubic meter. And in Luzon and Bongkot, the North Bongkot platform, the amount of microplastic reduces respectively, you can see from the graph. And this is the other clear graph that you can Luzon is about 600 meters from the mouth of the Chao Phraya River. So that is why the microplastics are less in the area that are further from the river. If we can collect 7.7 pieces in Chao Phraya River per cubic meter, and in North Bongkot it's only 0.36. So basically that can be concluded that 80% of the microplastics comes from the mainland, comes from the river, and this graph basically confirms our speculation. So basically we cannot really just focus on cleaning up the sea. We have to really focus on cleaning up the river and preventing microplastics from going into the river in the first place. And this is the proportion basically of, these are the graphs saying that there are about 19% of the packaging material that goes into the river, but in Luzon, the majority of the proportion is about 61% comes from the fishing equipment. And from the samples that we collect, we can now plan how to manage. For example, microplastics from clothing, it goes everywhere because due to its lightweight. So I'm talking about the proportion, but not the amount. Microplastics in Chao Phraya River comes from mostly clothing, because our clothes, the majority of our clothes contains nylon. I'm not going to go into detail because I don't have that much time, but I'm would like to give you the bigger picture in terms of the proportion of microplastics and what the PTTEP is doing in order to solve this particular problem. So I'm just gonna stay on this slide. You can probably contact me if you want more information on that. So these are the other things that we are also working on as well. This is the research that we took in Luzon Island that we are supported by the PTTEP. We met the shark whale. We see the coral reefs that can be found in Luzon Island, and PTTEP, they are working using drones as well, and they work with the Faculty of Fisheries. We go to Trang Province, we do the mapping process, to document the locations and also the data as well. And this is in Ngai Islands at the Krabi Province. And we can see the mapping of the live coral as depicted in blue, and there are the green, yellow, and other colors on the spectrum, as you can see. And we also found we conducted a survey on about 4,000 square meters using drones. And drone proves to be very effective in terms of when we conduct the survey. And this is also the picture that is taken by a drone device as well. This is a Pak Meng pier. And on the left side, these are seagrass. And the Gulf is on the right side. So now we're, and this green spot here, this is the area of seagrass in the past. So now we're using technology through the support of PTTEP in order to conduct survey and conduct research, you know, as a part of the monitoring process and so on and so forth. And in May, I also went to, you know, with PTTEP and Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, we're doing the mapping at Manai Island. This is in Sriracha. You can see that this is there are devices in, and also the fishing equipments in the area as well. We're not working only, you know, to conserve the environment, but we're now trying to, you know, seek a solution as to how people can make a living sustainably as well. Now these are basically the 7 methods that you can the 7 R's. But I have to emphasize that we are basically the frontliners working to conserve the ocean, the sea, the environment. PTTEP is making income from doing business with the sea. So it is your job, it is our job at PTTEP to basically show your love to the sea above the, you know, the standard or the average of other Thai people. We're not measuring that on you know, whether you use cloth bag, whether you use the plastic straws or not. We have to show some love. We have to show some concern from the sea. We have to, you know, make it to our heart to really believe that we have to conserve the sea in order to grow with the sea and think about the next generation and the future of our lives in the future as well. So KPI of PTTEP is our loving heart that we show to the sea. So thank you so much, Dr. Thorn, from for your presentation. So in terms of microplastics, this is one of the problems that has become quite, you know, more and more severe, and also has become a major concern, and it needs collaboration from both the public and private sectors. So in terms of the PTTEP, we also put great importance in managing microplastics as well, and we want to set a standard on how to manage the microplastics. So next will be going into the Q&A. We have questions from the audience.
So how can you classify the sources of microplastic? So briefly speaking, you can look at the news, and then you can see that microplastic can be in a form of a thread or shape, or however what we use is FTIR device. So we will put the light into these pieces of microplastic, and then we have the information from the reflection. So we have altogether gather about 30,000 samples from this device, and then put it in a graph, and then try to match each other so that we can identify its sources, whether it's from fabric, from clothes, or from fishing equipment. So we have that device, and this is the first device in Thailand. So in our faculty, we have a particular department that oversees this particular mission. Next question. This is focusing on PTTEP. So which kind of microplastic that is found in Bongkot North Bangkok and South Bangkok platforms. So at the platforms, we saw plastic from fishing equipment, and there are also certain anomalies. For example, the microplastics from fabrics from clothes, and it can be it can float from the urban area. So this is something that is quite a major concern. And then so in terms of packaging, in Chao Phraya River, we found them more than in platform. However, the quantity what we found in the river is 10 times higher than what we found in the platform. So what you mean is that we can find, for example, fabrics in the platforms because they are flowing. They are flowing from the rivers, right? Yes, it's right. So what I mean is that in Thailand, everywhere is found. There's a microplastic, the pieces that can be found everywhere in Thailand. So the last question is, what is the effects of microplastic to the coral? Well, when the current is quite strong, so these microplastics will either break the corals or injure the corals. Corals is animal, right? So if if the coral get the cuts from microplastic, they can get injured and then they can become sick. However, the more important question is, what is the effect of microplastic to our children, our kids, to us? And this is a very big question, because in the future, when looking forward, it seems that this problem is going to last forever. Because right now, when I'm talking about the greenhouse gas effect, it seems that there's some certain solutions. However, regarding the microplastic problem, I will say that this is the responsibility of everyone. It is everyone's duty and responsibility to reduce the quantity of plastic for our life, for better future, for our kids, for the future generation. So thank you very much, and the session will end here. The questions are already up. We will come back to the normal session. Thank you very much, and thank you, Professor Thorn.
Session this morning before we go to have lunch. And the topic is the one that many audience are waiting for. It is an honor to have Mr. Mike Mullen, ex-astronaut from NASA. He will share his experience in the high-risk operations. He comes with the topic of storming normalizations of deviance. By the way, this topic is video recording, so the Q&A features will not be available. Let's enjoy to the video.
Phantom jet and completed 134 combat missions in Vietnam. In 1978, I was selected in the first group of space shuttle astronauts and flew three space missions. Welcome to my program, Stopping Normalization of Deviance. Now, the way I want to kick off this program is to bring you along vicariously on a space shuttle launch. So for the next few minutes, I want everybody to suspend disbelief, pretend that we're all fellow astronauts. We're going to fly a mission into space. Around 3 hours before liftoff, we'll walk from the crew quarters, climb into the crew van, drive to the launch pad, take the elevator to the cockpit level, exit that, walk across the access arm. What do you think your heart rate is right here? I guarantee you're going to feel every beat in your throat. It'll be choking you. In the white room, we dress in our harnesses, then we get down on our hands and knees and crawl into the cockpit. Technicians inside will help lay us back into our chairs. They will strap us to those chairs, and then as they leave, the access arm will be, the side hatch will be closed, the access arm will be retracted, and we will be left alone. And while we're awaiting launch, we're going to be in the grips of two fundamental emotions, one of which is fear, gut fear. We will fear for our lives while we're out there. But at the same time that fear is on us, we're going to be boundlessly joyful, because for most astronauts, it truly is a lifetime quest to make this flight. And with that at hand, we're going to be overwhelmed with joy. At T-minus 6 seconds, the 3 liquid engines start. When that occurs, we get this heavy vibration in the cockpit. At T0, the hold-down bolts blow, the solid rocket boosters ignite, and we're slapped into our seats with a force of about 2 Gs, 2 times gravity. When that occurs, we hear a loud bang, and we see this whip of fire across the windscreens as these things are pyrotechnically separated. And then we continue into space for another 6.5 minutes on the 3 liquid-fueled engines burning gas out of that big orange gas tank. But from here on up, the ride is very smooth, very quiet. The only way you can tell you're moving, besides looking at your instruments, are the G-forces slowly rising on your body, and ultimately those will stabilize at 3 Gs, 3 times the force of gravity. 8.5 minutes up, the autopilot shuts off the engines. The gas tank is empty. It was jettisoned to burn up in the atmosphere. All that remained now headed to orbit was the winged vehicle. We called that the orbiter. And now we're on our way to the International Space Station, where we will have the great good fortune of rendezvousing with George Clooney, Sandra Bullock, and we'll be able to pick up Matt Damon's autograph on his way back from Mars. All those Hollywood people got up there before we did. Now, I wanted to share that narrative with you to set you up for this question. If we had not been pretending, if this had been for real, if all of you truly had been tied to 4 million pounds of propellant, what type of a team would you want out there holding your life in their palm? Clearly, in situations like this, where you work in a hazardous environment, your life is on the line, and by the way, that is an everyday work occurrence for most of you. You're in that regard, you're like astronauts every day taking a flight into space. But in these circumstances, whether it's doing your job or flying into space as an astronaut, it's a hazardous environment, and you want a world-class team holding your life in their palm. And teams get to be world-class when every team member is living these living safety fundamentals. Now, the 3 that I want to discuss in this program are guarding against a normalization of deviance. Find that term here in just a moment. Making certain we take each other's backs, and making sure that we count. In all circumstances, at all times, we count. Now, before I go further, I want to make sure we're all on the same page when it comes to values. Values define who we are. We do not practice our values because we are told to do so. We are fiercely self-motivated to live our values. To give you an example, every day you live a value of watching out for the care and well-being of your family. That is a top value for all of us. Now, imagine one morning I came to you and said, hey, Joe, Mary, make sure today that you watch out for the care and well-being of your family. What would you think? You'd be offended because that value defines you. And so it must be with practicing safety values, living safety values, and one of which is guarding against a normalization of deviance. Now, what is this? It's repeatedly shortcutting safety best practices until that behavior becomes your new normal. Now, it's always scheduled pressure that's pushing us into shortcutting safety best practices, and certainly we got the pressures of work. It's the nature of work that we're under pressure. There's an expectation we're going to get the job done. But it's more than that. We drag our humanity to work. We can't leave it at our home, and our basic humanity burdens us with some very significant pressures. We got the pressures of family, the pressure, financial pressures, relationship pressures, health pressures. And all of this can push us into shortcutting safety best practices. To give you an example, let's say it's a Friday afternoon. You're out doing a hazardous job, and you're looking at your watch and you're thinking, man, if I can just wrap this up, save some time, I can get home and take the kids to the ball game. So you start thinking, how can I save some time? You put yourself under schedule pressure. You answer that question. Well, I can save some time by skipping some of these procedures. I can save some time by not wearing PPE. Heck, I've worn PPE 1,000 times doing this job and have never needed it. I certainly can get by without wearing it today. So you take those safety shortcuts. And what the danger here is, normalization of deviance leads to predictable surprises. You get away with a shortcut over and over and over, it becomes your new normal. It leads to predictable surprises, and you can just write in your worst nightmare right here. Whatever can occur as your worst nightmare, I'll tell you what it is too. It's injury and it's death when you operate in hazardous environments. Now, the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster in 1986, which killed 7 astronauts, was a graphic and classic example of what normalization of deviance can do, frankly, to a terrific team, great team, NASA Apollo team. And it occurred, Challenger occurred because of a 4-year shortcutting of safety best practices. So I'm going to tell you the story of Challenger so we can derive some lessons from this story to better protect ourselves from being victimized by normalization of deviance. Challenger was a result of the failure of the right-hand solid rocket booster. Look at the size of these things. They're made in Utah and launched 2,000 miles away in Florida. You cannot transport an object this large as a single piece across North America. So these things are made in 4 propellant-filled pieces that were shipped separately by rail from the Thiokol plant in Utah down to the vertical assembly building at Cape Kennedy. There, these segments were stacked on top of each other and bolted together to form twin towers of boosters. The gas tank was hung between the boosters. The winged vehicle was attached to the gas tank, and all of this was taken out to the launch pad. Now, when these boosters ignited, they burned at 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit and at a pressure of about 1,000 pounds per square inch. Steel boils at 5,000 degrees. So you had to ensure in the design that the steel of the booster was never touched by the fire they contained. So there was insulating material that ran the inside length of these segments. The obvious weak point in the design is where you bolted those segments together, because now you have a potential leak path for the gas to pass to the outside, melt the steel, and cause a catastrophe. Now, I'm not going to go into the engineering specifics of the joint design that was intended to prevent such gas leakage, other than to say it was based on a redundant flexible O-ring scheme. 2 flexible O-rings, 12 feet in diameter, sat in grooves at the perimeter of each of these segment joints to form a redundant steel-to-steel pressure seal. On Challenger, both O-rings failed on the bottom segment of the right side solid rocket booster at ignition. This is Challenger coming off the launch pad. Look in that yellow circle area. You'll see that black smoke. That's the vaporized O-rings being shoved out that bottom joint. You now have 5,000 degrees eating into that outer wall. As the rocket flies higher, the gas is vaporizing a bigger and bigger hole in the side of the booster rocket. 73 seconds up, the rocket comes apart, killing the 7 astronauts. Most people seeing that video immediately label it an accident. Challenger was no accident. Challenger was a predictable surprise. And I can say that because in this business, it doesn't get any better than to get the piece back and see how it performed. And that was the case with these solid rocket boosters. They were not throwaway items. 25 miles up, they burned out, they were jettisoned. They had these gigantic parachutes that were deployed that lowered these things into the water. Air would be trapped in the tubes so they temporarily float. Tugboats were positioned out there to put a line on them, pull them back to shore. There they were cleaned up, taken apart, inspected, and used over again. The operative word in this process is inspected. And on 12 of 24 missions before Challenger, Challenger was number 25. On 12 of 24 missions before Challenger, beginning with the recovery of the boosters from Flight 2, which was 4 years before Challenger, quality assurance and safety people at the contractor noted that these O-rings were experiencing deviances, including burned O-rings. And they understood the grave risk that this represented to the astronauts flying on their shuttle. And they began to document their concerns in warnings that grew ever more shrill as we moved closer and closer to Challenger. I want to share with you an excerpt from a memo that was written by Mr. Roger Bougele, a Thiokol rocket engineer, 6 months before Challenger. He wrote a very prophetic sentence. Here it is. It is my honest and very real fear that if we do not take immediate action to dedicate a team to solve the problem with the field joint, and that's the O-ring problem, we stand in jeopardy of losing a flight, a crew, and all the launch pad facilities. Mr. Bougele's prediction was only off 73 seconds. He thought the rocket was going to blow up the launch pad, destroy the vehicle, kill the crew, and take out the launch pad facilities. He missed it by 73 seconds. So never call Challenger an accident. In every sense of these words, Challenger was a predictable surprise. Now, what was the go-to source document from which the engineers were deriving their concerns? It wasn't a hunch or a feeling. Years before the shuttle ever flew, these engineers at Thiokol were required to fill out a risk analysis document. Everybody that had any fingerprint on this vehicle in the form of hardware and software was required to do this. Basically, this risk analysis document required them to answer the question, what will happen if your component fails? And depending on that answer, various levels of criticality were assigned to that component. If the answer to that question was there's no backup, it means the death of the astronauts if my component fails, that got the highest criticality rating, criticality 1. Now, what criticality label do you suppose these engineers gave to their O-ring design? Rightfully, they gave it a criticality 1 designation because it was a single point failure, and everybody had to write down exactly what would occur if that component fails. And for the Thiokol engineers, they wrote it down right here. If my component fails, no backup, it results in the loss of the mission, the vehicle, and the crew. Exactly what was seen in the skies on January 28, 1986, all those years later with Challenger. So these engineers nailed exactly what would occur if those O-rings failed. Now, the whole purpose of doing these risk analysis documents is to provide guidance to leadership on how they should respond if they ever see a developing problem in any particular component. And for criticality 1 components, the decision-making is severely limited. Is severely limited because criticality 1 means if it fails, it's death. So the best practice for a criticality 1 component showing a deviance, a possible failure mode, is to suspend flights, to give the engineers time to figure out what the problem is and to fix it. But in the 4-year march to Challenger, that never occurs. Flights continue uninterrupted. Why? For this reason right here, schedule pressure. As it is all too common out there on individuals and teams, the NASA contractor team was under immense schedule pressure. Here, this schedule pressure is reflected in this post-Challenger testimony to the Rogers Commission, testimony by a Thiokol contractor. The problem was the increasing launch rate. We were just getting buried under all this stuff. The system was about to come down under its own weight. So I think this reflects the immense schedule pressure that was on the team as they were dealing with this ongoing O-ring deviance issue. So here you have a team that's under tremendous schedule pressure. It's facing a threat to schedule in the form of O-ring deviances, and this is an all too common experience out there for individuals as well as for teams. You're under pressure, you got a threat to that schedule pressure, and so what should you do? Well, in all situations like this, the individual and the team should invoke the safety best practice. For NASA, it was ground the fleet until the problem could be fixed. But too often, what do individuals and teams do? They accept the risk to maintain schedule. And that's what NASA did. And they repeatedly did it over 4 years leading to Challenger. Here's an excerpt from Diane Vaughn's excellent book on the Challenger tragedy. Between 1981 and 1984, 4 times, an incident of a burned O-ring, which was the most serious deviance these engineers were seeing, that first was seen as a deviant event, was reinterpreted as non-deviant. Basically, what she's saying here, the inertia of getting away with risk becomes self-sustaining. And that, by definition, is normalization of deviance. And we found our predictable surprise in the deaths of 7 astronauts with Challenger. So that's the story of Challenger. What do we learn from this story that can better protect us from being victimized by normalization of deviance? The first takeaway from the story of Challenger is right here. A world-class safety legacy does not imply you're safe in the moment. Some of you watching this video may have enjoyed a very long history of being safe. And in that history, you can become complacent and believe that that history alone is somehow going to keep you safe in the future. It doesn't work that way. And if you have any doubts about that, just take a look at these 2 iconic photos from NASA's history. The glory of Apollo and the tragedy of Challenger. Apollo was the greatest engineering accomplishment and risk management accomplishment in the history of humanity. Imagine the immense risk that had to be managed to put humans on the moon and return them safely to Earth. And NASA didn't just do that 1 or 2 times, they did it 6 times. That is a world-class legacy right there, the Apollo program. And yet that legacy did not protect NASA from Challenger. 13 years later, many of the same NASA contractor team and many of the very same people that put us on the moon 13 years later wrote the script for Challenger. So NASA's glorious past, world-class safety past, did not protect us from Challenger, and your past will not protect you either. Every day is a new day. You have to go out to these hazardous jobs with that in mind. Follow your procedures, wear the protective equipment. Do it right every single day, because what happened yesterday is not protecting you out on that job today. The second lesson from Challenger is right here. Risk has no memory. Risk is not being diminished as a function of your success in repeatedly taking a risk. I think we as humans have an incredibly difficult time getting our heads around this. We tend to believe that a risk taken is a risk diminished, and it does not work that way. As an example, I'd like to believe that none of you have ever texted while driving, but I'll bet some of you have. And I'll bet the first time you did that, you had a very heightened sense of the risk you were taking. But how about the 5th time? How about the 100th time you did it? I'll bet the heightened sense of risk was no longer there. Why? Because over those risk-taking times, your brain has been falsely telling you that it's being diminished each time you successfully got away with that risk. And it just doesn't work that way. And it doesn't work that way with the laws of physics that you deal with in these hazardous environments every day. The laws of physics of electricity, of high pressure, of chemicals, of working at height. There's no memory in these laws of physics. I'm going to emphasize it again. Every time you go out to these hazardous work sites, there is no memory to the risks that exist there. So make sure you do it by the book every single time. Lesson 3. There's no such thing as one and done when it comes to deviations from safety best practices. For example, let's suppose, going back to that analogy I posed about being under pressure on a Friday afternoon, cut some corners so you can get home and take the kids to the ball game. Let's suppose you succumb to that pressure and you take a safety shortcut. You don't wear protective equipment to do the job, and you get away with it. Nothing bad happens. You get this feedback into your brain that that risk that you've been trained to believe as absolute, you always wear your protective equipment to do this job. That's an absolute risk. But you just proved to yourself that it's not absolute. You were able to manage it. You took the safety shortcut, you got away with it. Your brain is telling you that you can successfully manage this risk. And that will then become the basis for doing it again and again and again. Let's go back to this statement in Diane Vaughn's, this excerpt from Diane Vaughn's book. Between 1981 and 1984, 4 times an incident of a burned O-ring that was first seen as a deviant event was reinterpreted as non-deviant. So each time NASA got away with the risk-taking, it became the basis of future risk-taking, and it'll happen to you too. You go back, think about Challenger here for a second. When was the very first O-ring, burned O-ring seen? Remember, it was on Flight 2. Flight 2. But when NASA continued to fly this defective O-ring beyond that point, it repeatedly got away with it, you fall into this inertia. It's a self-sustaining inertia of risk-taking. And that becomes normalization of deviance. And you not wearing protective equipment, getting away with it that first time, thinking it's manageable, will then become a basis for future risk-taking, not only just with wearing protective equipment, but it'll metastasize into other risk-taking. So there's no such thing as one and done. You might have thought the first time you were doing it, oh, I'm never going to do this again. I know it's dangerous. I'm just having to do this one time so I can get home and take the kids to the ball game. There's no such thing as one and done, because you get that false feedback and it becomes the basis of future risk-taking. Lesson 4, communicate bad news to leadership. Nobody likes to do that, but if you're going to have a team that is world-class in safety, you must do it. Let me give you a little background on why I included this lesson in the story of Challenger. NASA is organized in centers around the country. You have Kennedy Space Center in Florida, you have Johnson Space Center in Houston, you have Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Well, Marshall Space Flight Center had the oversight of the booster program, so they were the repository of the warnings being issued by the contractor, Morton Thiokol, on the performance of this O-ring design. But because of a communication failure, this information did not reach key leadership within NASA. Here's an excerpt from Rogers Commission, the post-Challenger Rogers Commission on this situation. The commission found a propensity of management at Marshall Space Flight Center to contain potentially serious problems and to attempt to resolve them internally rather than communicate them forward. Keeping key leadership in the dark about very serious problems is certainly going to end badly, as it certainly did for NASA. So make sure you pick up the phone, nobody likes doing it, and communicate bad news to leadership. And by the way, this includes reporting near misses. When you have a near miss on a job, make sure it gets reported. Near misses indicate trends, and these trends can ultimately result in injuries and fatalities. And you can save the day by reporting a near miss. And you have one of those moments, man, that was close. Remember, might be a near miss for you on Tuesday in one location, and on Friday in another location, the exact same thing turns out to be a fatality. And by the way, that's exactly what happened with NASA. STS-2 was a near miss. And STS-25, it wasn't, STS-2 was a near miss with that burned O-ring issue. It wasn't communicated properly to the right people and senior leadership, and that failure to communicate that near miss turned out to be a fatality on Flight 25. Report near misses. Lesson 5 is for all you leaders out there. Make certain when you give your team a goal that you give them the resources needed to achieve the goal. This is particularly important now for if you're leading a can-do team, and I suspect many of you are. You pride yourself in having a team that's just filled with can-do people. Give us a job, boss, we'll get it done. Great to have that type of a team. But if you give them a goal, but don't provide the resources they need to achieve the goal, possible they'll start shortcutting safety best practices in an attempt to achieve the goal. This is what occurred with NASA. NASA was a can-do team. You don't put people on the moon without having a can-do team. They were assigned the mission for the shuttle program of launching a shuttle approximately every 2 weeks. 24 missions a year flight rate was the goal that NASA was given, but they weren't given the resources needed to achieve that goal. In hindsight, we know that now. After Challenger, they looked at the resources that were available to NASA and said they could only successfully safely pull off 6 to 9 missions a year. So NASA was not going to get anywhere close to that 24 missions per year flight rate safely. And as we heard in the Challenger story, shortcuts were taken to accommodate the schedule pressure associated with this goal they were given. And clearly, no leader wants their teams taking safety shortcuts. So give them the resources they need to achieve the goals that you assign. The last lesson I want to pass on to you from the story of Challenger is this: make procedural compliance a religion. The surest way to avoid being victimized by normalization of deviance is don't take the shortcut in the first place. Follow your procedures. This was hammered into us in our aviation training. In fact, I remember on the very first day of training in the Air Force, the instructor held up a checklist and said, "Gentlemen, this checklist, these procedures are figuratively written in blood. There's a history of tragedy incorporated in these procedures." He said, if you go back in history, you will find instances where planes crashed, crews died, lessons were learned. Those lessons are now in these procedures to keep you safe. Follow your procedures. And the same applies to you. You're out there in these hazardous environments. The procedures that you have for working in these hazardous environments are figuratively written in blood. You can go back in history. You will find instances of people who were injured or died doing the exact same job that you're doing. Lessons were learned from those injuries and fatalities in the past, and those lessons have now been incorporated into your procedures to keep you safe. Follow your procedures. Now let's continue with the discussion of this safety value, taking each other's back. I want to start a conversation on this value by taking you to this moment in a launch countdown where you're being strapped into that cockpit. As I said earlier, you're going to fear for your life while you're out there. People hear that and wonder how you can accept that fear, how you can go back multiple times, take multiple missions into space. How do you deal with that? And the answer I give is, I think, the identical answer that every astronaut would give. And that is, after working for years preparing for this mission, working around the EVA trainers, the sim trainers, launch control, mission control, the payload people, you learn that everybody on that team supporting you lives this value. I will not fail these astronauts. I have their backs. And when you're on any team that's working in a hazardous environment, and you can look left and right and know that everybody you're seeing has your back, and they can look at you and know you have their back, what does that do? It unleashes this immense sense of trust and loyalty and allows astronauts to ride rockets into space and allows everybody, including you, to work in hazardous environments. Now, this is a particularly important safety value for this reason right here, is we don't all bring our A game to work every day. We can have occasions where we're engaged in a very hazardous operation, but our head isn't in the game. Where is it? It's back at home. Our humanity's getting in the way. We had an argument with our teenager, or maybe there's a bill laying on the desk that you're wondering how you're going to pay, or you're dealing with some health issue that's taking your head out of the game of working, of doing this very hazardous job. And by having other people taking your back, they could save your life, protect you. And someday it'll be somebody else that is not bringing their A game to work, and you could save their life by backing them up. And here's an example, by the way, of how our heads can be taken out of the game by our humanity. This is the wreckage of a Nepal airliner that crashed a couple years ago, killed 51 people. When the investigators looked into the crash, they couldn't find anything wrong with the plane. What they found was this: the captain's head wasn't in that cockpit. The captain was emotionally disturbed because a colleague had questioned his reputation as a good instructor. This contributed to a failure to follow procedures and a loss of situational awareness. So this captain's head wasn't in the game. It was off dwelling on some criticism he got from a fellow pilot. And as a result, I have to assume nobody backed him up in that cockpit. As a result, he crashed, killing himself and taking 50 other people with him. And we're all exposed to this, of having our heads taken out of the game by our humanity. So let's make sure we take each other's back. And when you're doing these pre-briefs, getting ready to go out on a job, tell people that. Look around and say, hey, everybody, I want you watching out for me, and I'm going to watch out for you. You see me getting in trouble, see me doing something that's unsafe, say something. That is so important that we find an additional safety factor in having everybody watching out for everybody else. Do it. Take each other's back. Let's wrap this up with a discussion of this final safety value, you count. I found that reality embodied in this quote by somebody famous, read it years ago, don't remember who it was, but it's a quote you ought to tattoo on your brain. One person with courage forms the majority. What that means is you can make all the difference to the safety of the team. You might save somebody from an injury. You might save somebody's life because you're seeing something that everybody else is missing. And so this requires you see something, say something, do something. You don't depend on others. You count equal to everybody else when it comes to safety. So you bring it forward yourself, get it on the table, your observations, your concern for the team and the leadership to consider. And this is particularly important to practice given the generational change in the workforce that's occurring in a lot of industries that operate in hazardous environments, probably many of your industries. There's a changeover in the workforce. The old guard is retiring, new people are coming in, and there's going to be some overlap in these hazardous work environments. And you might be working next to somebody that has 30 years of experience and you have 30 minutes of experience out there on that same work site. And you might think that counting is somehow a function of age and seniority, age and experience, that this person next to you counts more when it comes to safety. And that is not true. We all rank equal when it comes to safety. But again, it goes back to this, to make certain that you count by see something, say something, do something. Don't depend on others to get it forward. You do it. And leaders, make sure the people that you lead do count. In word and deed, convey to them the message that, hey, I value the perspective that you carry, the unique perspective that you carry. I want it on the table. I want to see through everybody's eyes so I can lead this team and be in the best and the safest it can be. I have a personal testimonial on this type of leadership, this empowering leadership. It goes back to Vietnam. I was in Vietnam in 1969, 23 years old, first lieutenant, flying combat missions in the backseat of this F-4 Phantom. Now, most of the time I was flying with other junior officers, first lieutenants, captains, and occasional major. But on this particular mission, I was flying with a general officer. He was coming out of headquarters. Now, that's intimidating when you're a first lieutenant. Now, as I was getting aboard that aircraft, climbing up that ladder, the general stopped me and said, "Mike, hold on a second." I said, "Yes, sir." And he pointed to the stars on his shoulder and says, "You see these stars?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And believe me, that's all you can see when you're a first lieutenant. Those stars are blinding me. And he continued to say, he says, "Mike, well, these stars are not going to keep us safe up there. If I make a mistake up there, you're going to die a millisecond after me." Now, he didn't use the word see something, say something, do something, but that was the message he was imparting, that he wanted me counting in that cockpit. He understood that he did not regularly fly combat missions, whereas I did. And he understood how important it was to make sure that I was freely communicating with him on my observations. See something, say something, do something was the message that he was empowering me with. And every leader ought to be doing that for every one of their team members. That concludes my safety program, and I hope that everybody will take these safety values to heart, that you will incorporate them into your personal value system. Guard yourself against normalization and deviance. Take each other's backs and make sure you count, and leaders make sure the people you lead do count. I wish you Godspeed on your life journeys. Stay safe.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins. He gave us many lessons from the video. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for having lunch. Remind you again, don't miss our virtual exhibitions and virtual games during the break. Top 10 winners will be announced at the end of the event. And don't forget to complete our evaluation survey. You can see it at the menu bar. Then you will get the chance to win a big lucky draw prize. So enjoy your lunch and see you again here at 1 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back to the expert talk sessions at the White Stage, which you had a great time from our virtual exhibitions and virtual games. Next, we will proceed to the next topic. The next section is Contractor Best Practice Challenge. And today, we have Mr. Lutfi Chand as a Thailand Country Manager from Schlumberger. He will present on the topic of applying digital transformations to improve HSE engagement. Hello, Mr. Chand.
Hello, Eddie.
How are you?
I am fine, thank you.
Are you ready for presenting?
To go. Thank you.
Okay, and first of all, thank you for being here. And now the stage is yours.
Thank you. Pleasure. It's a pleasure to be welcomed here to join the HSC Forum for PTTEP today, representing Schlumberger and the Oilfield Services Company in Thailand. So I am back here today. First off, I would like to congratulate PTTEP for achieving top quartile HSC performance among the international oil and gas producer in 2019. And I'm sure in 2020, when the stats are out, PTTEP will be up there as well. So I'm back here today representing Schlumberger, while my colleague has actually touched on this topic on digital HSC back in 2019, where I'm back to share with you what we have done since then, because it's been a 2-year break. And 2020, as we all know, we have gone through a very difficult time through the pandemic. And the good thing is it has accelerated the adoption of all the digital tools that are available, including improving the collaboration between Schlumberger and PTTEP. And the digital HSC direction and journey that we are in really aligns very well with PTTEP's KPO or target to reduce the unit costs from 30 barrels per day to 25 barrels per day by 2030. So the recipe is very simple. It's really about people and also our HSC leadership. With the further reduction of costs and improving of efficiency and optimization of the workforce that we have in place, we have to be able to bring the training to the field. Our field employees have access to mobility solutions, and this has been shared in 2019. However, the journey did start way earlier in 2017, which I will share in the next slide. So our journey started in 2017, where mobility apps has been created in order to improve the visibility of the risks where our employees are in, wherever they are, traveling across different regions, traveling across different geography. They have the visibility of all the risks at the country in real time on their phone. Then came the next year into 2019 and beyond, we created an incident response team app, whereby if there is any crisis that's happening in any country that we operate, the global emergency team will be able to support via real-time update from this app itself. And of course, we have the global HSC portal, which is a centralized single repository of the truth for anything related to safety. So instead of having multiple platforms, we have standardized and have all these apps under a single platform that simplify the access for our employees. 2020 came, and as everyone is aware, we went through a very difficult time with the pandemic, and that accelerated a deployment of a COVID app. And this app has seen the highest take-on rate within a very short period of time. The app was created in 10 days, and the adoption was 10,000 and over within that 10 days. And since then, it's still being used right now. So going into 2021, we have even expanded this digital journey by working together with PTTEP. One example I would like to share, thanks to Kun Meth, the drilling manager for onshore. In 2020, we have accelerated the remote operations, or what we call Performance Live, whereby we would have our experienced drilling engineers monitoring the actual drilling at the well site. We with that deployment, we remove the restriction that we have seen during COVID of having to bring in personnel from outside Thailand. And at the same time, reduce the footprint of our personnel on the well site. So practically, you're reducing the amount, the number or the risk for less people at the well site and also remove from the line of fire. So what is digital HSE about really? It is actually self-explanatory. Number one, driving, especially in Thailand, remain the number one risk for our employees. And we globally circulate 43 times the globe on an annual basis. And this is basically all the vehicles that we have in the world. So, and Thailand has a very high accident rate. Hence, by having deployed driving monitors that are available for every single employee, we are able to change the behavior so that the employees are aware when they are actually applying dangerous driving maneuvers and improve going forward from there. And also, we provide our employees with the online, what we call risk reporting and observation intervention reporting via the app, enabling the field employees who has no access to the computers to be able to input all this in 3 minutes. Click of a finger. And of course, like I mentioned, we are actually going through a very difficult time, especially with our colleagues and friends in Myanmar. And this crisis is utilizing our online app in order to keep everyone updated. And this was deployed in 2019. We also have driving monitors that tracks the statistic of our driving behavior, whether there are increase of acceleration, braking, cornering, lane handling, or speeding. The statistic currently, I'm proud to say, out of the East Asia Geo Unit, Thailand has contributed to 90% of the best drivers in the region. So I think all those slides by itself has already explained the digital deployment that Schlumberger has provided. And the main idea is we need to make compliance simple and relevant to everyone. There is no longer an excuse to not follow the rules and use the tools provided. The aim is to make compliance so easy that it is voluntary rather than forced. Thank you very much for listening, and I'll pass it back to our MC.
Thank you, Mr. Chans, for your incredible presentations. So from the example, we can see that having digital solutions can help us a lot to improve work performance and shift performance. And next, Q&A sessions. We will start with the first questions that we select from our audience. The first is, how's adoptions of digital to Schlumberger?
Thank you very much, Eddie. An excellent question. So the adoption, like I mentioned in the beginning, it was a little bit difficult. However, with the onset of the pandemic, where most of our people are actually working remotely and away from the key operating area, the adoption has reached an S-curve, whereby majority of the team are actually using the digital tools that are available to them.
Yes. Okay, go to the questions number 2. What's the biggest hurdles for applying digital solutions to Schlumberger? What is the biggest hurdle?
Thank you, Eddie. That's an excellent question again. And I would say that if you ask me, the biggest hurdle is really on people. Yeah. So again, we have been in Thailand for 45 years. We have been in this industry. Schlumberger has been there for over 90 years. And we have a certain way that we used to do things. And getting on board onto the digital train requires change management. And fortunately, we have very good people in the organization. And with the support and sponsorship with the top leadership of the company, the people has embraced this change pretty quickly. And so coming back to the question, really, people adoption and also the change management is the biggest hurdle, which we see that we are overcoming.
It's maybe a biggest hurdle with other organizations also.
Correct.
It's about people. Yes. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chance, for the today presentations, and hope to see you again next time.
Thank you, Eddie. It's good to be here.
Thank
you.
you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to the next topic. It's very essential to our event today, developing and maintaining a safety culture. This topic is video recording. So it will be presented by Mr. Alex Malosky, HSE Manager from Energy Dealing. Please enjoy the video.
To everyone. Thank you to PTP and especially Mo for the invitation to speak at this acclaimed. Sadly, we However, myriad of definitions of organizational culture and safety culture that abound in both management and safety literature suggest that the concept of business-specific cultures is not clear-cut. Placing such culture constraints into goal-setting paradigms appears to provide greater clarity than has previously been the case. Moreover, as yet, there is no universally accepted model with which to formulate testable hypotheses to take into account antecedent behavior and consequences. So, let me share with you my view and perhaps some suggestions to improve your organization's safety culture. Many organizations are retrospectively focused, and I think we must take a new view. Looking over our shoulder at the accidents that have happened in the past is not enough to take us forward. We have to instead show that we focus on things going right. And I suggest to you, beginning right now, we need to create safety, not prevent accidents. Now, I'm not suggesting that we stop investigating things that go wrong, but of course, we need to make sure we focus on more of the inputs. What am I talking about? Well, really, we need to realize that things go well in our workplace. It is not because people dogmatically follow the rules and policies, but because the sensible people that we employ adjust sensibly to the demands of the situations that they find themselves in. So, what is it that happens on an ordinary day in your workplace? You know, those days where things just seem to go right. We hit our targets for quality, for productivity, and everyone goes home in one piece. What is it that worked well there? Have you ever thought about that question? Perhaps it's about clarity of communication, teamwork, great leadership, everybody understanding their jobs and how to do them well, and being competent to deliver success. So don't wait for something bad to happen. Try digging into those ordinary days and find out what the secrets to success are in your culture, and then leveraging those. In ISO 45001, there is an indication for managerial grades at all levels are to be consulted and need to participate in every stage of management. So how are you handling this? Well, it is suggested that we need to start taking a more human-focused approach rather than a systems-focused approach when it comes to workplace safety. Okay, I have a question for you. It's an easy one. What is culture when we talk about culture on a regular basis? Do we ever really define it? What does culture mean for your organization? If we conducted a survey of just this one question in your business, what would be the answers? Well, I suspect it would be things like sets of attitudes, beliefs, and values that are shaped by systems, procedures, and leadership that generate what we call social norms. This is a classic definition of culture by some of the greats, including Aga Shine and B.F. Skinner and more. They all point towards these sorts of things. These social norms are important because they reinforce and regulate individual and group behaviors in parallel to the rules that you have created in your management systems and policies. I guess simply, we could say culture is the way we do things around here. So if we think about culture and the social norms, the way we do things, what is safety culture? This one often confuses people as they think, well, hang on, is it something special? But we can be quite simplistic here. If culture is how we do things around here, then safety culture must be how we do safety around here. In our business, we use a cultural safety model that takes us through a fairly standard process. You'll be familiar with something like this, I'm sure, where it moves in one direction, from avoiding safety through levels of compliance to a more generative or human focus, and then fully integrated approach. I think that there is a trap in most of these cultural safety models. And the trap is that they seem to suggest that there is only one direction running through organizational culture maturity, that you just continue on in one direction until you become interdependent or generative. Not so. I think an organization's culture can move up and down through this ladder. There is also a risk that they can fall off the culture ladder. And here in this model, you will notice there's a choice of direction as organizations get comfortable with compliance. Many organizations spiral off into a black hole of system obsession and wonder how to get back out of it. They think the answer to improve safety is more rules, more policies, more procedures. I don't think that's the case. So, my suggestion to get your people out of the proof of compliance trap, that system obsession, and here's the tip. If you want to get to the top of that safety culture ladder, if you want to get fully integrated safety or being more human focused, you can't do it by being more systems obsessed. We know this from assessments of culture in business around the world that have a strong safety culture. Everybody demonstrates safety as a core value. They understand what I should do and are open to new ideas and suggestions about how to do work. People want to make a difference and truly understand that behavior at a personal level makes a difference too. Managers in great safety cultures don't just manage, they step up and rise to the challenge of leadership. And critically, managers in great safety cultures view the behaviors and perceptions of others as reflections on their own leadership. Many of you listening to this are safety leaders right now, or looking to lead a change in safety in your business. So, what is it that makes a great safety leader? How do we differentiate? Well, I think that there are some specific factors. We can go back in time to understand what those might be by taking lessons from Aristotle, who says excellence is not an act, but a habit. You know, this idea of doing something time after time after time also resonates with another thought leader. Einstein said, "Setting an example is not the main means of influencing, it is the only means." And then perhaps my favorite quote on leadership comes from 2,500 years ago from Xenophon, a student of Socrates, who said, "The true test of a leader is whether his followers will adhere to his cause from their own volition without being forced to do so and remaining steadfast." Of course, the language here is a bit foreign to us, but what Xenophon is really saying here is, you are only a leader if people want to follow you and stick with you through their own choice. So, what is it that we can do to help people follow us and stick with us and see our commitment to safety? The answer lies in speaking from your heart and showing genuine concern and a commitment to safety. It's about asking the right questions. Here's a couple of suggestions that you might like to start asking your workers in your organization. The first, if I were working with you today, what would I need to know in order to be able to do the work safely? This question, particularly when asked to coalface workers, allows them the opportunity to reflect on what's important from a safety perspective, and then to share their knowledge with you. And of course, we all like to share knowledge, particularly when the person receiving it indicates that they are grateful for it. So, there is a great start to a safety dialogue here in this question. The second question, what improvements would you like to see around here? Now, we can put the word safety into this question if you want. Regardless of how we ask it, it shows that we are interested in other people's points of view. And, of course, we recognize that their responses gives them some strength of commitment, that we are recognizing that they have value in contributing to the success of our business. The third question, what would make being safe easier? This is a great one, because it is really open, and it encourages people to be creative with their thought process, to come up with suggestions, even the smallest, that might just make a difference. And then finally, what is slow, inconvenient, or uncomfortable about doing this job safely? This one gets at the heart of the challenges that stand in the way and trip us up when it comes to creating great safety behavior and culture. Why don't you try asking these questions over the next few days and see what the results you get and how it changes your safety dialogues. They might just have some keys to opening more success in safety for you. When you ask these questions on a daily basis as a habit, as Aristotle suggests, then I think it helps boost our safety culture more broadly, because great safety leadership is something that we do every day. It demonstrates our personal commitment. It should be easy to see and feel. Great safety leadership mustn't necessarily come from our documents or our management systems. It's relevant to context and makes a positive impression in a way that recognizes and celebrates success, even micro success, like recognizing someone's wearing the right safety protective equipment, or working in the right way, or offering a suggestion that can help improve things at work. So, how has energy drilling applied these principles? At the end of 2016, our CEO, Mr. Marcus Sshe, introduced the buddy system to our organization. The buddy system to us is a process in which two individuals or a small team operate together in a single unit so that they are able to monitor and help each other with the task, with the aim to ensure that the work is finished safely and that the skills and learning are transferred effectively from one individual to the other. But we encourage more than just work-related dialogue. We insist and review with the teams in a group environment, such as a safety meeting, for the buddies to stand up and tell the wider group something personal about their buddies, their favorite music, hobbies, how many girlfriends or children they might have. This builds a close personal bond within the teams, which leads to an infinitely greater chance that they will look out for each other, to indelibly care about their friends, and proactively intervene if and when they might do something that jeopardizes their safety or that of others. This is a short video showing our CEO, Mr. Marcus Sshe, rolling out the buddy system on the rig.
เอามือขวาไว้ที่หัวใจค่ะ เดี๋ยวพูดตามเขานะคะทำตามเขา
I say your name. Marcus.
Marcus. Virapon.
I did, right? Promise you, Virapon. That I will work safely.
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 And I'll do everything in my power.
In Thai, okay. โอเคเราจะทำทุกอย่างเต็มกำลัง
เราจะทำทุกอย่างเต็มกำลัง เราจะทำทุกอย่างเต็มกำลัง
To keep you safe.
เพื่อที่จะทำให้คุณปลอดภัย
เพื่อจะทำให้คุณปลอดภัย เพื่อจะทำให้คุณปลอดภัย
Okay, now I want you to hug each other. Okay, now this is the pledge. So everybody, all your members in your group, and I want all of you to do it right now in front of me and in front of everybody else. Do it.
โอเคเขาอยากให้ทุกคนทำแบบนี้นะคะตอนนี้เลย
Please stand up.
โอเคเอาได้
So, what are some of the benefits we have seen since implementation of the buddy system? It has built stronger relationships between co-workers. New employees feel more at home and welcome. It has enhanced and aided to develop confidence in our workforce. It has decreased the occurrence of external risk of having workers look out for each other when performing jobs. Team recognition is regularly communicated and members thanked for their positive efforts and good work amongst their peers, which has increased morale and productivity. It has developed safety leaders who actively participate in all levels of operational safety. The next initiative we introduced is the Task Observation Safety Contact Audit, or TOSCA. It was introduced in an effort to make task audits more inclusive. The TOSCA enables site-based mentoring and procedural coaching. The process also aids to identify areas of potential improvement and allows supervisors to proactively coach and mentor the teams directly in a positive manner. Once the task observation has been complete, the debrief stimulates two-way conversation that actively engages teams. This is where one or more of the questions I mentioned earlier can be asked. The TOSCA finishes with constructive learning points, and appreciation to the team for their safe work practices.
So, in wrapping up, what have I tried to share with you? I've suggested that a strong focus on leadership is the key for those of us interested in culture and behavioral change. But we need to remember that great culture is about people, not procedures. So focus on that and see what we can do to engage our leaders and our workers to do things differently. One way to do this is to make sure that we get our language right across the business, thinking about the definitions of strong safety leadership and then using those to base other words and phrases in our business. This could be a really useful preparatory step if you are planning to build or strengthen the safety culture in your business. I've suggested to you that excellence is a daily habit. Excellence is not about preventing bad things happening. Of course, that's important. But excellence is about being forward-focused, looking at inputs rather than outputs, and creating safety in our workplace on a daily basis. And one way to start doing this is asking more questions rather than telling more answers. I wish I could be there to field some questions, but if you have any, please send them directly to me or through the organisers. I wish you well, God bless, and stay safe.
Alex? So, let's hear some more from our invited expert speakers. We have two speakers from Sapura Energy, Mr. Wan Ahmad Afandi Wan Mokhtar as a Senior Project Manager, and Mr. Bandit Gitti Thanarak, Thailand and Myanmar Area Manager. They will present on the topic of Synergy Live Standardized System for QHSE, Risk and Asset Integrity Management. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, Honorable PTTEP Management, as well as the guests of PTTEP for this 2021 Chief Forums. My name is Bandit Gitti Thanarak, and the head of Sapura Energy Thailand. First of all, thank you PTTEP for giving us the opportunities to present our Sshe best practice in this event. And for this presentation, we'll be giving our best practice sharing on the web-based application called Synergy that we have used internally to integrate all the system and enhance our safety performance as a group. So let's go straight to the presentation. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good day to you. Welcome to today's PTTEP virtual SSA contractor engagement. My name is Velayudan, shortly called as Vela, from Sapura Subsea Services, one of the operating companies of Sapura Energy Berhad. Today, I'm going to give you a brief description on Synergy that Sapura Energy adopted as part of an integrated web-based application that meets our organization needs. Synergy has been readily used by many companies as a risk, environmental, health, and safety management information system for incident management, activity management, risk management, audit management, environment management, as well as improvement management. Applications in Synergy, you have the risk metrics with traffic light indication of high, medium, and low risk cases. You have that includes documentation of loss and consequent details. You have the root cause analysis, which it supports multiple model support. We have Kelvin Topset. It supports Kelvin Topset in our organization. 5 Whys, and etc. You have the preventive, corrective, and temporary actions, the due dates, that's very important, and also the responsible parties involved. You can attach any documents in Synergy, statements, pictures, videos, or any kind of document in Synergy. Another good part is the application is email distribution of notification, alerts, reminders, and key lessons learned. And you also can generate frequencies and KPIs in Synergy. This includes LTI, TRI, RWC, illnesses, pills, costs, etc. For employees and contractors.
How Synergy benefit our organization? There's a lot of things you can do in the Synergy. For example, you can track and program the commitment, of the tasks based on Synergy as an action item. We can put in the required person in charge. We can put in the deadline. Synergy gives a lot of implication for leading indicators. We can track all leading indicators in Synergy. For example, management of change. We can instill management change in Synergy. NCRs, under the quality management system, the NCRs, incidents, the non-conformity, audits, management site visits. We can track all leading indicators in Synergy. We can utilize the dashboard and do analysis or trending or pattern. For example, we can analyze the pattern. For example, say a drop object. We can analyze the pattern of drop objects, which in fact can trigger us how effective is our drop campaign. We can go back, just say we had a drop campaign 3 years ago and we are continuing with the campaign, and we can just look into the pattern of the drop objects and see how effective is the drop campaign in Synergy. Synergy also gives you a benefit of cross-learning. One event would have happened in one operating company, our Sapura Energy operating company, and immediately they can just share, they can share to other functions in other operating companies as lesson learned in Synergy, so that we won't have the recurrence, the same incident happening elsewhere in Sapura Energy, Berhad. So Synergy is a very good tool. You can also do root cause analysis. You can attach documents, pictures, videos, any documents. You can distribute notifications, alerts. You can put in reminders, critical or key lesson learned. You can generate frequencies, trending and analysis for KPIs, LTIs, TRI, RWC, or illnesses, or occupational illnesses, or spills. There's a lot of things that we can do in Synergy. And the best part of the Synergy is you can always assign the person and for the responsible person, and you can always put in the deadline for the person, and you can track that Synergy, and it's real time. Anytime, any day, you can open and track the Synergy.
Right, this is the overview summary page, which is the front page. The moment you're going into Synergy, this page comes out, and these are the information in that front page. What happened? You can register a new case. If you already registered a case, and if you want to find that case, just put in the case number. Whenever you register a case, there is a case number. You put in the case number, and it goes back to that case. If you see other things in there is the my cases, my actions. So this is under Amiro, or that's his cases and his actions. cases my unit is in charge of. So for Amirul, he is under QHSE, and these are the cases of the unit, QHSE unit, and actions my unit is responsible for. So these are all the actions for QHSE unit they're responsible for to complete in Synergy. So you have audits, undesired events, improvement proposals, etc., etc. These are the case type in Synergy. You have management of change, alerts, quality management, as in NCR, etc., etc. Undesired event, incidents, non-conformity, improvement proposal, audits, and exposure values. Right. From the input, you can see accountability and ownership. And this is one of the good things about Synergy. Okay, Synergy enable all actions to be assigned to responsible person in charge, as I mentioned just now. So you have the action owner or the assigned person, and also you have the due dates for him to finish or complete. If it's an incident, you have the due dates of the incident to be completed for the investigation. One other good advantages of Synergy is during meeting and discussion. So Synergy is presented live as reference in that meeting and discussion. And this is an example we are showing you here is during our Sapura Subsea HSE Steering Committee meeting, and we shared one incident that happened, and we just opened the Synergy and put in the incident, and immediately we shared it live in Synergy. This is the analysis and trending in Synergy and the summary of undesired event per subsidiary under Sapura Energy Berhad. And this is the table form. And if you can see the red marker, and that is Sapura Subsea Services, and the rest are all the other operating companies in Sapura Energy. This is the trending analysis in graphical form. Just now you saw in a table form, and instantly you can see the accident category, whether it's serious medical treatment or occupational illness or restricted work cases. It also gives you the date and time, and also the rolling average for the TRIF. This is the incident flash alert. Any of the OPCOs, if there is any undesired event that is submitted into Synergy, it prompts an email, and this is my email. It's prompted me, and I don't have to go and log into Synergy. There's the link, and you can see the link down right at the bottom. And if the moment I click the link, it goes directly to that case, and I can see the case in detail. So monitor accountability and ownership. So Synergy allows action close-up tracking that is visible for all users. So if you are a Synergy, you have Synergy accessibility, you just can go in and check which project have they closed out within the due date, or is it due, or is it overdue, and all the information you can see live in Synergy. Accessibility of incident lesson learned. So incident lesson learned for other subsidiaries are easily accessible by others within the organization, and the sharing bit is very easy. Just click case sharing, and it'll prompt you an email, and if you put in the email, automatically it has been shared. Last but not least, on the brief description of Synergy, this is the management report, and it's a real-time report. If you look at it, it's very clear from the senior management, and this accessibility goes only for the senior management and the top management, and it's very clear, and you can see the HSE management dashboard. They can go by projects, they can just click into projects, they can go overall, and they can go on the report date at certain time and certain date. They can go on severity, the likelihood. It also gives you the causal factor, what are the causal factor, and the most importantly, at one glance, and if you look at it, it gives you where are the serious incidents happening from the management point of view, and you can see they from their point of view, they can see where the serious incident happening, and they can focus on where and what they want to do on way forward. Finally, what we showed you on Synergy is only a glimpse what Synergy is all about, and how it can help the organization in managing QHSE and all the tools in it. And I would like to thank you for your time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you for the speaker from Sapura Energy. Next video, let us explore another aspect of safety. We will be learning about marine safety scenario case for our fleet, shared by Mr. Thanu Rawangpai, Chief Manager at Top Maritime Service.
Welcome on board Top Maritime Service Passenger Boat เพื่อความปลอดภัยของผู้โดยสารทุกท่านโปรดตั้งใจชมวิดีโอคำแนะนำเกี่ยวกับความปลอดภัยในขณะที่โดยสารอยู่บนเรือค่ะ สวัสดีครับ
Good afternoon, all participants. TMS, I'm from TMS. We're going to be sharing the marine safety scenario with you. From this slide, you can see the evolution of the conventions, regulations relating to safety of life at sea, or as we know as the International Convention of Safety of Life at Sea, or SOLAS, that was developed after the Titanic tragedy. And after that, we have the ISM that was developed as part of SOLAS Convention in order to systemize or standardize the conduct under the IMO, and also all vessels are now, or vessels operators are now required to have their own safety management system, or say SMS. TMS itself also developed their own safety SMS as well, according to the SMS code, and we also take into account the feedbacks from the captain, the crews, in our process of developing the SMS code as well. This is to ensure that our management will remain efficient and effective. Further to our safety management, TMS is determined to instill or to have available the safety practices for all vessels and fleet, whereby we specify the zero targets, zero injury, accidents, or spill to the environment. And we also create this safety campaign called No Injuries, No Accident, in order to ensure that we will achieve the target. So working in the Gulf of Thailand, what is your number? What is the number of fatality or injuries that you can accept? I think about 7 or 8. What if that 7 or 8 people are your colleagues or your family members? So my question remained the same. So what is the number that you think is acceptable? I changed my answer to 0. Marine safety scenario case is one of the activities that we conduct in order to ensure safety culture, and also to have available the safety culture in our fleet, and that to ensure that it can be applied appropriately in all circumstances. The safety case will be circulated to the fleet, and the crews can then analyze the safety case, and also for them to develop and also to see whether there is sufficient provisions in the SMS code that are regarding certain safety cases, or whether additional provisions are required. The steps of marine safety scenario case is that the crews, once they receive the safety case scenario monthly from the office, they will conduct a workshop in order to provide answers to the safety cases. For example, what are the causes of the problem? What is the probability of that incident happening to the fleet, and what are the procedures needed to be taken, and whether that safety case was the result of violation or in compliance with the SMS code, and whether there is sufficient provisions in the SMS code or not, or whether there is any additional training required or any improvement required to ensure better safety practices. After that, once they reached the conclusion based on the safety case, all documents and pictures taken from the activity will be sent to the office. And after that, in the safety committee meeting, which will be held on a monthly basis, we will consider and review the information provided from the workshop, and then we will basically conclude the information and also try to make available the suggestions and adjustment to the current practices.
ก็ขอให้ทุกคนช่วยกันนะครับความปลอดภัยสิ่งที่เราเน้นย้ำเราปฏิบัติกันมาตลอดนะครับ target ก็คือ zero incident นะครับขอให้ทุกคนทำงานด้วยความ
The results from the marine safety scenario case. The first of which is that the crew become more familiar with the SMS code. Also, secondly, comments were proposed on the improvement or amendment of the SMS code as appropriate. Also, there are discussions on the best practices among the crew in order to ensure appropriate improvement to the SMS code, and also we have a higher safety for our crews as well.
ตัวอย่างการปรับปรุง
And here are the examples of the revision of the SMS code. And this is the success stories from the compliance with the safety practices and safety standards by everyone in the fleet. Our ultimate goal at TMS is that we want to ensure safety and ensure the determination of all employees and also to ensure their highest safety when they return home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tanu, for your presentation. Now, shall we hear something about the world situation related to COVID-19? COVID-19 pandemic situations has changed the world. Its effect to all industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jirawat Jalanpon, HSE General Manager, a very special guest speaker from Thai Nippon Steel Engineer and Construction. He will share us on the topic of COVID-19 preventive measure and emergency response plan during wellhead platform onshore construction and offshore works.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us here. Okay, so are you ready for presenting?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, take your time.
Swadee-krap.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jirawat. For today, I will share you about our control measure and management for COVID situation in our operation. As we know well, the COVID start from China in 2019. In Thailand, we start the impact since January 2020. And also in the Thai country, we have a local transmitted since 2020. Until around September, we have the control situation and no infected case in Thailand. Unfortunately, end of 2020, around mid of December, we have the new wave or new cluster again in Thailand. Until now, we still have the infected or local transmitted of the COVID. This is will be impact to our operation. So to minimize and control the COVID-19 to avoid the impact to our operation, in TNS, we are implement the PDCA in the COVID-19 control. How the PDCA is implementation. For planning, we have identified the potential risk and impact to our operation. In the same time, we collect all the information from the local and global area, including with the identify the necessary resource and facility to our operation. For the term of do, we are attribute the COVID-19 Operation Committee and Task Force teams. Also, we estimate the control measure and guideline. We are analyze the potential risk and impact to our operation, what we're going to do. For the check, we are implement our control measure with our workforce and the subcontractor. We are monitoring and update all related information, including with the situation as well.
we are communication with education with our workforce to ensure that everyone understands. We practice at the emergency exercise to ensure that everyone can handling. For the last step, we are the monitoring and evaluate the effectiveness of our implementation. We still keep communication and update the information to the concerned party. This is a concept of PDCA that we implement. However, for onshore construction, we have facing with the many point of key challenges. This year, we have our workforce more than 2,000 workers. That is different location and also a lot of movement from each location to our fabrication yard, including with our subcontractor area. In the same time, as we know well, onshore fabrication is open area. It's very difficult to control our workforce to go to some of the list areas, such as the market, department store, etc. Also, the movement, as I mentioned, this is a key challenge for us. How we manage. Before we mobilize our workforce to the work location, we have take seriously for the self-control and also the COVID check as well. In our yard, we implement about the IT technology to maintain the social distancing. The another point that we take seriously is self-monitoring and self-declaration to ensure that everyone know themselves not exposed to the risk area and contact to the COVID infection. We still keep communication and feedback, update information with our workforce and subcontractor as well. For the situation that change at all time, as we know, TNS had 9 announcements as a guideline based on the situation and condition is changed. At the moment, we are implemented the guideline aligned with the government requirement and also PTTEP requirement as well with our subcontractor and our workforce. This is show you about the example of we implement at the onshore fabrication yard. The key part is everyone respond and align with the COVID control measure. And also, we ensure that everyone is not panic and minimize the impact to our operation. We conduct emergency response exercise and drill to ensure everyone know about their own responsibility. We will keep update and share information as a daily basis and summary as a weekly basis with our concerned party and subcontractor as well. Another part is for the offshore operation, some point is different from onshore. As we know, the offshore is limitation of facility support and also the accommodation is small area. This is easy to impact when we have the infected of the COVID person on board. And also some of our workforce is come from different location, different country, different type of transportation before mobilize to offshore. How we handle on that? Quite same for serious self-screening and COVID test is a priority of requirement to control, to ensure that everyone that before work on board at the offshore vessel, we are clean from the COVID. This year we have a lot of vessels, more than 30 vessels, and also more than 1,200 workers at the offshore operation that is carried on at the moment. To ensure that everyone clean and clear from the COVID, we implemented for local workforce, we have the self-quarantine at home at least 14 days. For foreigner, shall be part of state quarantine at least 14 days as well. Before mobilize to offshore, they should pass the COVID test. And also before they move from the other country to Thailand, they should pass the COVID test as well. Not only one time for the COVID test for our crew before go to offshore. It's 2 or 3 times at least to ensure everyone free from the COVID. In case of something happen at the onshore or offshore, we have the guideline and procedure to manage on that one. To confirm with the COVID-free, we require this laboratory test and ensure that is everyone free from the COVID. However, at the offshore, as I mentioned, is limited accommodation and resources. We provide this isolation or separate location in case of we found the suspect or potential of infected. to ensure that the guy is not exposed to the other people and also minimize impact to our operation at the offshore. This one is used for mobilization on board and also demob or medevac in case of we require further treatment at the onshore as well. At the offshore, as limits resources, we need everyone to respond properly and without or minimize panic or impact to our operation. Same for exercise or drill, it is required on board at the offshore vessel. At the end of our operation, both onshore and offshore, I would like to say that key successful is start from the leadership of each person. Everyone responsibility to comply with the requirement, rules, procedure. Everyone support each other. We got support from our client. We got the advice from the local authority. We work as a team to prevent the COVID. We early detect abnormal situation and control them. At the end, excellent collaboration of all concerned parties make us success on the COVID-19 management, and also we can continue in our operation both onshore and offshore. That overall of our practice to share you about the onshore operation and offshore operation of our operation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you so much, Mr. Jirawat. Okay, next session will be Q&A from the audience. Let's start with the first question. So we have shoot some few questions from the audience. The first one, how do you communicate and control your subcontractor workforce to comply with COVID-19 control measure?
Okay. For this question is quite a lot of questions from our concerned party as well, due to we have a lot of subcontractors to work with us onshore and offshore. As I presented, we approach for since the beginning of state of award or work with subcontractor to ensure that their management understand on the guideline. And also, they should communicate with their workforce before mobilize to our work location. The next step is we educate our workforce or our subcontractor since the first day when they mobilize to our work location. We train them and also keep communication and education day by day. We evaluate them as a weekly basis as well to confirm that they are compliant, that we free from the COVID and maintain our operation. That is our manage at the moment.
Okay, so that's good maintenance of the communications at the organizations. Okay, next question is how do you ensure that the workforce respond to the suspected case without impact?
Okay, this is the key point as well when we talk about some of the suspected or have a fever, everyone in what you call like a panic on that case.
Yes.
Okay, as I mentioned, that is we do the step of education about the condition of the COVID, and also we have an emergency response exercise. We do the exercise step by step to ensure that nurse, worker, or concerned party proper response or proper handling in the abnormal situation. That exercise is help us to control.
Can I ask more?
Yes,
how
please.
frequent to do the exercise?
Okay, actually we separate like this one. We do this, we call it short exercise by this each responsibility first. The nurse, how the nurse action, we call the closed loop of exercise. And also we have a full loop of exercise. At least once a month we do that like a closed loop to ensure that everyone know about their responsibility.
So that's effective. I think that's all from the questions from the audience. Thank you so much, Mr. Jirawat, for joining us today. Okay, let's move to the next topic. Next will be the last topic of the technical conference sessions at the Vice stage. It is also video recording. Mr. Pttep Sshe, engineer from AI and Robotics Ventures, and Mr. Somkiat Katanyu Wongjaran, subsea inspection engineer from AI and Robotics Venture. They will be presenting us on the breakthrough technologies and innovations for several operations. Let's enjoy.
Good afternoon. I am Thosapit Sshe, or you can call me M. I'm here on behalf of AI Robotics and Ventures. I am here today with Kun Somkiat Katanyu Wongjaran, who is the representative from PTTEP. So both of us will be presenting on the utilization of technology to enhance the efficiency and reduce the risk in our operation. So the topics that we will cover, we will start with the advanced technologies and safety. After that, we will cover the ARV vision for underwater ecosystem based on the visions of ARV. And after that, we will be covering the current method, the conventional method for pipeline repair, the risks that are involved, and that will lead to the last topic, which is the utilization of advanced robotics for driverless pipeline repair in order to reduce the risk in pipeline repair. So in terms of technologies and safety, ARV, we put great importance in safety. We use drones or unmanned unmanned aerial vehicle to conduct survey on transportation, and we also use the unmanned aerial vehicle to assist with putting out the forest fire, and also we use ground robots in seeking a search and rescue mission for the victims of any natural disasters, and we also use robotics in pipeline repair underwater as well. And ARV is now in the process of, so basically you're saying that ARV is now developing robotics that can be used both on the ground, underwater, and in the air as well. Since we have quite not so much time on this, so I'm just going to go quickly that we are determined, and we set the target that we are in the process of develop the ecosystem, which is the robotics that will be used to survey, to conduct inspection on the subsea infrastructure. Currently, we can see that robots are being used. The ROV are being used. The ROV are being used for the purpose of inspection of the oil rig. And now we have already started manufacturing the pipeline inspection robots as well, which can be used for the purpose of inspecting the petroleum pipeline. And the highlight that we're going to be talking today is the subsea maintenance robot that will be replacing the divers for pipeline repair. So basically, this robot can be used both, to inspect and also to repair as well. Yes, that's correct. So I already mentioned earlier that we are now in the process where we are making an effort to basically develop like a comprehensive, like a all-in-one robotic system that can provide inspection to repair as well. So what is the 5G got to do with this? 5G is the main trigger for this initiative, because if you want to have like a full circle ecosystem, you need to increase the efficiency in remotely controlling the robot without having to be at sea. And with the 5G, we can increase the efficiency of that system. So basically, this is the ecosystem for ARV that you are mentioning. Yes, that's correct. We're trying to create like the sufficient ecosystem for subsea inspection. And for today, we're going to be focusing on the pipeline repair. So I would like to take the stage and then just give you by way of background in terms of the pipeline repair. For example, if we know that there is potential leakage that may happen under the sea, the saturation diver will then basically have to go underwater, and we all know that these saturation divers, they have high risks of both decompression sickness, the air, the umbilical. And from my experience, I have this very strong sense of fear when I have to go that deep underwater. It's about 80 meters below the surface, and the pressure is very high, so you have to ensure that that you're using the saturation divers, and that they have on like the special diving suit, and also they have like this special oxygen cable as well, and they have to carry under the sea with them all of these gears and equipments that will be used for the purpose of repairing the pipeline. So the job itself is a risk. And each time that you maintain or you repair the pipeline, apart from taking a good care of yourself, you have to also communicate with the supervisors on the vessel to basically communicate in terms of what are the steps of the process of pipeline repairing, and this communication to report on the issues that can lead to accidents that may happen at any time during the mission. So basically, they're in this pressure-tight chamber in order to ensure that they can work like 24/7, 24 hours. Sorry. And the shift is about 8 hours. There will be 3 shifts to cover the entire 24 hours. And basically, to work, in that condition under the sea, 80 meters below the surface for 8 hours is not an easy task. You have to really manage the risk, and the weight of the equipment and the weight of the chamber itself is very heavy, about 3 tons. Everything can go wrong. Your oxygen cord may be trapped in some devices or in some gears, and you have to be alert for the full 8 hours, because one mistake can mean your life. So basically, it means that we heard news that the saturation divers sometimes, there are accidents with their oxygen cable, and that which can lead to fatality or injuries as well. And this is the risks that we need to take care of, that we need to manage when it comes to pipeline repairing. And this pain point, when each time that we have to repair the pipeline, we are now realizing or recognizing the importance of using innovation and also robots to take care of the task. And in a few years, we'll start to see that ARV will be more and more important. And at the moment, we're in the process of developing the robot called Nautilus. And Nautilus, as you have mentioned, that divers are now being used for the purpose of repairing the pipeline, and you need to have like the bolts, the nuts, the chamber, that weighs a lot. And to be under the sea for 24 hours is not really an appealing, condition of work, and also not to consider the cost of each repairing mission. So ARV, we are now developing the semi-automatic robot to conduct the repair under the water, under the sea, and the operation of this robot will basically eliminate the risk of life and injuries for the saturation divers. We do not need the support from the divers, and we just only need the equipment that fits the size of Nautilus. Nautilus is the name of this particular equipment, and then we will send Nautilus under the sea to the location of the pipeline that needs repairing. And Nautilus will basically, they have their own mechanics. Nautilus will then peel off the coating of the pipeline and adjust the pipeline to, if the pipeline is very, for example, if it's in the position of near leak, then we'll have to repair that particular spot on the pipeline. We have to basically wrap the pipeline to ensure that there will be no leakage. what about the pipeline that is, that the leak is going on? So basically, we have to decrease the pressure in the pipe to ensure a higher safety of our operation. So basically, if we are replacing divers with Nautilus, the risks that may happen, in terms of injuries or to fatality, is basically eliminated, and Nautilus can work faster than divers as well. For one mission, for one spot of leak, for example, Nautilus will take about 4 to 5 days, when divers will take about 7 to 10 days. And when, after each mission, we will have to basically, the divers will have to go into the health examination to see their health condition, whether there is any injuries or not. And this Nautilus has been developed to the point of almost ready to be used, right? Yes, it is almost ready to be deployed. In terms of the technology readiness level for Nautilus, we're in the stage of TRL 7. So basically, we just need one more test or one more trial, and then it will be ready for activation. Also, I can see that from the slide that you also receive a reward. Yes, this reward is the Pttep Award, which is the global award on the Breakthrough Technology Project of the Year for 2020. So this is something that is, a success story in oil and gas industry for all of us. So we can see that Nautilus will be increasing the efficiency in our mission and also reduce the risk of life and injury as well. So we do not have to risk the life of our divers anymore. They do not need to go 80 meters below the surface, have to risk their life, have to risk getting injuries. And apart from that, Nautilus itself can work faster, about 2 times faster than the saturation divers as well. And the risk, all the risks from fatality, death, injuries are all eliminated. Especially in the joint area, for example, your knees. Divers may encounter the decompression sickness when they have to be under the water for that long. So this particular innovation and technology will be used for oil and gas business for our company, and we'll be working with ARV closely to develop this particular robot. And it will be put in deploy for and will be used by other companies as well. So we cannot leave. We cannot not mention our partners. We work with Carlsberg Foreign Tech, who is our partner, and also they are the key person, the key organization that assists us in the development of Nautilus, and we'll be working in collaboration with them for the development of Nautilus and also to provide service to other oil and gas operators as well. We may go into the Middle East industry or even in other countries in Southeast Asia as well. So both of us, we would like to thank all of you for listening in, and thank you for paying attention on our presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, speakers, for your impressive presentations. Well, that's all from our technical conference sessions at White Stage. Once again, I would like to say thank you and give our deepest appreciation to all guest speakers. Moreover, we would like to say thank you to everyone for your time and participation of this event. Please tell us, what do you think about our first virtual SHE Forum? You can give us the feedback and suggestions at the menu of evaluations on the live webpage. Now, we will get back to the main stage. The last sessions of Lucky Draw and closing remarks will be started at 2:45 p.m. Thank you for joining. ขอบคุณและสวัสดีค่ะ